I can't believe I'm still getting used to the new thank you, Spicy. I'm still getting used to the audio interface where I have to press the button to turn it on. So anyway, like I was saying, I forgot to change my title and category to art. I'm going to be working on this today. And then maybe my chat box, my new chat box. If I finish this, oh thank you, PMA, thank you, and Spicy. Thank you for making sure my tits work. But yeah, so we're gonna work on this, the chat box if we get this done, and we'll see how long that takes. It wasn't you that time, but it was you the time before. Thank you for the head pants. I also have a I want to post this in the Discord and on Twitter. I want to post this on Discord and Twitter and ask for like ideas of what some cool stuff I can add to it, because this is gonna be my feral model drawn by Void Taffy and rigged by Miss Jackie. You get a little sneak peek before I post it in the Discord and Twitter. And if you're not in the Discord, there's not a whole lot in it right now, but you can join if you want. You can get live updates, get notifications when I go live, and chat a little bit. There's not a whole lot in there right now, but hopefully I can make it a little bigger. Get some more people to join. It'll be a little more lively. But yeah, I'm gonna be asking for ideas on like cool effects or like toggles and stuff that people would want to see on my new model. But there's the current progress on it. Doodling today. I'm gonna be working on this and then maybe my chat box replacement if I get this done. Music's too loud? Okay. And actually, we're not going to be doing music the whole time, because I found let's see, I found a Tim and Eric YouTube channel that I didn't know they had. that I kind of wanted to watch with y'all. 'Cause I watched an episode or two, and it seems like just like a weird little funny cooking show, and I feel like it's gonna go some weird places.
Hey everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker, and you're watching Tim's Kitchen Tips. This is my new cooking show on YouTube where I'm going to show you guys how to make some very simple recipes. I'm telling you, this is stuff that you guys are going to be able to do yourself. And we're going to start today with a very simple recipe for Russian dressing. Now, I love Russian dressing. I think you can put it on salads, you can put it on, of course, the corned beef sandwich, make a Reuben with it, or on a pastrami sandwich. And the reason it's so great is because it's so simple, and it features just a great combination of creaminess and richness and tartness. And I'm going to show you guys a very easy way to make it using ingredients that you probably already have in your kitchen. Basically, we have 3 ingredients: mayonnaise, which I just get from the store, it's just real mayonnaise, ketchup,
It's real mayonnaise,
and relish. So what we're gonna do is combine, let's get all this mayonnaise in here.
No, I messed with my paint bucket the other day, and it should be working pretty good.
Jar. And depending on how much you want to make,
because
you
the
can
paint
obviously
bucket is
scale
always
these,
terrible
down.
at CSP.
And equal parts mayonnaise and ketchup, maybe a little less ketchup. And get that stirred.
It seems to be
a little
filling
light
in
stir
pretty
going,
okay right now.
as you can see. And then we're just going to add a little, about big spoonful of the relish. Okay. And now you just really want to work that all in.
Arena, hello Rena, how are you, my beloved? Rena, my beloved.
And you'll just keep stirring. You want this really to mix well.
Oh, look at the mess he's making.
I lost a little bit here.
How are you, fam? I'm doing pretty good. I got home from work. I had
consistency.
some Chef
And what I'm
Boyardee.
going to do
I
now
had
is
some
add a little bit of
SpaghettiOs and
Pissman's
meatballs for
mustard,
lunch.
which I like to add just a little touch.
And now we're drawing.
And that's going to bring a
Doing
little,
a
spice
little
into
drawing.
the Russian dressing. This is my little secret recipe. Pissman's mustard is the best. It's the best mustard I've found. It's got a nice spice to it. So mix that in, and people say, "What do you mean
My palate
Russian dressing with mustard?"
is well
I said,
trained,
"Don't tell
well
them there's
defined.
mustard in it. They won't even know.
I had SpaghettiOs
They can't
and
taste it,
meatballs.
but it just brings out some of the relish."
I know that'll piss off Jim.
All right, there we go. We've got
He's a fine cook.
Tim's Russian dressing with a secret ingredient. And we'll clean up here, and we will present.
Why are you eating SpaghettiOs and meatballs? Make real spaghetti. SpaghettiOs. A child.
Great. All right, welcome back. Now it's time to show off my Russian dressing with one of my great friends, Mr. Eric Wareheim. Let's bring him out.
Yeah.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So what's been going
I hate
on?
that it's called Jim's
just,
Kitchen
you know,
Tips.
at the office.
Oh, I didn't
On the
even.
new pilot.
I didn't even.
We had a bunch of big meetings today.
realize.
So,
This was on the.
Oh no, it's not. It's not Jim's
right,
Kitchen
you know,
Tips. It's
It's
Tim.
fine. It's fine to
'Cause he's,
take a little break and come down.
Tim and Eric.
Just so need you back.
It's Tim's Kitchen Tips.
Well, good to hear. I don't know if you're a big fan of Russian dressing, but this is my own recipe for Russian dressing. And why don't you go ahead and take a piece of lettuce or carrot or whatever you like, and let me know what you think.
I'm just seeing mustard here. I'm not really familiar with mustard in my Russian.
Ah, well, this is my little secret. Pissman's mustard is my favorite mustard, and I add just a dash. You're not even going to notice
Okay.
it, but it really adds a little flavor, and they're paying for this show, so. Or should I not say that? Should I not say that? Okay. So we're just adding Pissman's to things to give it a little flavor. So after you,
Just,
They're paying for this show.
that's good,
Or
some
have you
really
the
nice
sponsor?
iceberg lettuce that I just cut up this morning.
just take a dip. tastes like a runny ketchup sauce with a lot of mustard. Thanks for having me. You could email me over like your times for tomorrow, because we postponed everything tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be there for those meetings.
All right, well, guys, thanks for checking out my first episode, and hope you come back and watch many more. We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. So thanks, Eric, for coming down, and we'll see you soon.
That should be a little bee.
Help yourself.
How are you today, Rena? How is everybody? Did y'all have a good Saturday so far?
I am. This is fine. Just let's do it on a Saturday. It's one thing for being like, oh yeah, you're doing a movie, you have to be in Atlanta, but this is like, you're making sauce, dude.
I know I am. I'm having so much fun making this show, and I'm also getting a lot of positivity from friends and family who think what I'm doing is awesome. So my message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening.
It's been really good, actually. First weekend, I don't have a giant hole in my front yard. Oh no! Why do you have a giant hole in your front yard? Or did?
Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker, and welcome to another episode of Tim's Kitchen Tips. Now, this is our second episode, and our first episode last week had a ton of negative reaction on the web, a lot of negative comments and downvotes. But you know what? This is, you guys don't win. You might think you are being heard, your voice is being heard, but nobody cares. And I'm having so much fun making this show, and I'm also getting a lot of
to put up a privacy filter on the front window and the draft blocker on the back door. And a giant hole in the front yard due to plumbing issues. Had to replace the entire pipe.
All right,
Oh
well,
no!
let's get into it here. We've got
It's
my
done after
classic
6
French
weeks of
onion
misery
dip.
and done and over.
And
Have
this
my
is
yard
so
again.
easy to make. You
Oh,
just need a
good.
couple of items. Some of these items you probably have in your pantry or
Imagine
in your
going
spice
6
rack.
weeks without
Get
pooping.
some minced, what are these called? Onion chives? Chives. And onion powder, and minced onion, and sour cream. And that's really gonna be it's a cream-based dip. So, what we first do is I like to start by mixing in my sour cream. Make sure you get all of it in there.
Had to buy gallons of water to flush the toilet.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds.
And
oh,
we'll take
that
some of
sounds
this
terrible.
minced onion
Sounds
in
awful.
here. Just a good heaping handful. That's really going to be a lot of the flavor. And just throw everything in, mix in the chives, and then a good, 2 or 3 big pinches of your onion powder. And of course, Pissman's mustard is what I like to add as a little secret
Pissman's
ingredient.
mustard again.
You're not going to find this in any of the store brand. I actually put a little extra, not just sometimes I'll put, for the Russian dressing, I put just a little touch, but it really makes it a special dip if you add more than you're used to. And we'll just mix this all together.
I want to make sure it's thoroughly mixed. My internet is down because I didn't pay the bill, so I'm playing Dark Souls and not knowing a thing.
And it will get messy because you're going to want to really, and I got some on me here. Okay. And it comes right
Gotta
off.
pay
It's
that
just
internet
mustard.
bill.
All right. Let me do a little sample test. Make sure we get all that back in. And let's try it with a carrot. Really nice. Really nice. Okay. We'll be right back for the world premiere of my French dip. All right, well, we're just about cleaned up here, except for me. I've done the best I could. but I almost feel like a modern art painting.
Oh, look at his shirt.
But anyways,
He
can't
got
wait to
so
show off
much
my French onion
dip all
dip
over
with
it.
my guest. I'm going to bring him out here. Is a friend of mine, Eric Wareheim. Sorry about, look at this mess. So, how's it going?
It's fine, you know.
You were telling me something about the water pressure in your house or something. I always thought that was interesting.
It's more about the roots. One part of the sewer line to the street is not, it's not the new plastic kind, so there's roots getting in there and that's blocking everything up. And that's why I called Caroline this morning and said, is there any chance we could do this tomorrow or even in the afternoon? Because I have sewer water going into my house right now. And who knows where the cats are.
Well, you got to get your place ready for Super Bowl Sunday, whenever that's coming up, because you're going to want some of this French onion dip at tableside. So go ahead and try this. This is just kind of your classic French onion dip with a little twist. So to give it a carrot, I tried it with carrot. I thought it was really good. Isn't it nice?
Yeah, it's fine.
I have to use my smooth
It
brain
tastes
now.
like
Are you playing the
sour
first
cream and
Dark
mustard.
Souls?
If you're wondering, there's a little Pissman's mustard in there, which really brings out the onion.
I don't really have a palate for the taste of mustard or anything spicy, so it's a little bit of a turnoff, you know.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching, and if you do like the show, support it and pass it around. I think it'd be great to get support and positive comments and likes.
Just in the future, if there's in the future when I call you and say that I do have an emergency, it's like I'm not putting you around. I have some real shit I got to deal with. So.
But these guys are all here. You can't just get these.
Yeah, but there's fucking water in my house,
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
and it's not fresh water. It's sewer water, and I got 2 cats, so I got to deal with that. Fuck.
But you could be having your Dark Souls with a little bit
got
of
a stir
Pissman's
going here.
mustard. That's right.
And this,
brings out-
because
it
of the
really brings
tomatoes,
out the
you don't want
flavor.
to break up tomato solids. You definitely want to keep this chunky, almost like a salsa.
Pissman's mustard is my favorite mustard to have.
Hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of Tim's Kitchen Tips. My name is Tim Heidecker, and it's a show where I can show you guys how to make fun, fast, and easy recipes right from the comfort of your own home. And I also want to send a message out to Deluge98. Go fuck yourself. He's a commenter and he's been mean. He's said mean things about me and my family and the show and all this wonderful crew that makes the show possible. And let me just make it clear to you, what I'm doing is helpful. What you're doing is just negativity. So, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about, what's the name of that Tom Cruise movie? Cocktail Sauce. It's actually just cocktail, but we're going to be making cocktail sauce today. And sometimes when you're eating at home, you don't think
This
about
is going to
having
go
hors
some
d'oeuvres or having
funny
appetizers, but
places
now
in
you
the,
can,
in the
and
later
I'm going to show you
episodes, I
how.
think.
It's very easy. 4 simple ingredients. But
Calling out
I've got a fifth ingredient that I
commenters.
think,
Fuck you.
really adds a little something. All right, so we're going to start with your base, which is ketchup. We remember ketchup from the Russian dressing.
I wonder if these are
put in a
real
big old
commenters that he's like saying
medium-sized
this to,
bowl
or
of
it's in the
ketchup.
script.
And some horseradish sauce. This is new to us, horseradish radish sauce. This has got a little bit of spice to it, a little bit of, but it also has a creaminess to it, which really is quite nice. And yeah, this one likes to stick to the bottom of the bowl here. Get all that in. And chives, everybody loves chives. This is in our French onion dip. And now we have actually some minced up tomatoes, fresh tomatoes. They smell great.
And of course, my favorite thing in
And we're
cocktail
gonna
sauce is
just do
Pissman's
a
mustard.
real kind of rough mix of this. Just almost folding it over, folding it before you get too crazy. And right before you do your big mix, you want to add a little bit of Pissmans. And this is really by the eye. I'm pretty comfortable with it, so I do quite a bit because I do love the flavor of it. And we get our stir going here. And this, because of the tomatoes, you don't want to break up the tomato solids. You definitely want to keep this chunky, almost like a salsa. Oops. I don't like to keep a clean kitchen until after I'm done cooking. I like some of the chaos.
Oh, no.
We are getting close here. Okay.
Even messier than the first time.
Wow, well, we actually mixed everything out. No problem. That's why I keep a clean counter space, because we'll just get everything back in there. And not a big deal.
And he's just wiping it off the counter back into the bowl.
Not a big deal. And just for the, since I only have about a quarter of the Pissmans left, I'm just going to empty the rest of her out. And fill it with a little water so you can get the rest of that out. So I did add a little bit extra fluid in here. So we want to whisk. We're going to want to whisk some of that fluid out. So what I'm doing is I'm creating about millions of little air bubbles out in there, and that's letting the water evaporate and get out of the sauce. It's thickening the sauce, almost like making a roux without the heat. So it has gotten a little runny, and you can see that run. Actually, if I do this, you'll see the run. Should have not put so much of the Pissmans water in it. So it's no problem. I'll just add and that's also going to give us some more of that nice red coloring. And okay, well now we are maybe just a touch on the thick side, so I'm going to get a little more mustard water in here.
Oh no.
Okay.
He's adding and
Shit.
whisking out more and more.
This is what happens. I should have just left it alone, but
Wash your hands. Hello, Mama
and
Buns.
that's just a full
Hey.
bottle of ketchup, which should do the trick. All right, when we come back, I'm going to debut my very special shrimp cocktail sauce for a very special friend.
How are you, Mama Buns? How was your stream earlier?
All right, well,
peeked in for a
the
little
mess
bit
has
while I
been
was at
cleared,
work.
and now we have enough shrimp cocktail sauce to feed an army. But I got one guest. I want to thank him for coming on down. Why don't you come on down? Mr. Eric Wareheim is here.
I love
And
this
he's
new
gonna try my
rendition. Definitely not going to
How
use
are
it. Hey.
So thanks for coming on down to try my sauce, and I understand you're in a bit of a rush today, so we'll try not to take too long.
Yeah, like I told Caroline yesterday, today's not the best time for me to shoot this. And you know, remember Adam Bloomquist, my best friend from high school? He passed, and I'm giving a speech, and you know, it's not a great time, but
Yeah, well,
I do need to be at the airport in an hour, so.
Well, that's tricky. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be doing a lot of hanging out with old friends back in Philly, maybe.
Oh, thank
whip
you
up
for the
some
head pats.
Sauce, any of these. Anybody can make these sauces from wherever you are, even if you're traveling. Go down to the supermarket.
You know,
Anyway,
I'm stressed about the funeral. I'm upset about it, and I'm also stressed about getting to the airport in
let's
time.
just
So
cut to the chase. Why don't we take one piece of shrimp here and just give her a. I'm going to try some too. Nice, huh?
Tastes like mustard and water.
Well, this is just shrimp cocktail sauce.
And I don't even know what, I mean,
That's some old shrimp. So, careful how much you eat.
This old shrimp
That's bad
too.
shrimp,
He's
guys.
going to the airport.
Spit it out. I don't want you getting sick on the flight.
I just want
Yeah.
you and the producers to kind of make a note of this. Caroline emailed everyone saying,
I know. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it.
I don't want anything spicy of horseradish. I'm allergic to shrimp. And now what I'm hearing that this is old shrimp.
Oh
The
no.
least that you guys could have done is brought fresh shrimp.
All right.
But
well,
the smell in my
let me
mouth.
I know. I believe me. Heads will roll, and I asked for fresh shrimp.
I don't know if
all right,
I don't
let me
know if the
just
smell is your sauce or this rotten shrimp, but it's making me sick.
All right. Well, let me just close out by saying thanks for watching, and we'll be back next week with a new recipe
Mustard and water,
here on
gross.
Tim's Kitchen Tips.
I have a long flight. If I get sick on that goddamn flight,
It's
because
just
of that shrimp.
it's not it's. You'll have a chance to.
Caroline, did you get the note about the shrimp?
I asked you guys
That's
to get
one
fresh.
simple
All I
thing.
said was fresh shrimp. It's not her fault. Try just get your finger in there though.
No, I'm not having any more. No. I have to go.
Well, he's got to catch.
It's awful.
Tis the gift to be simple, tis the gift to be free. Hi everybody, welcome to Tim's Kitchen Tips. I'm Tim Heidecker back with another episode, and I'm going to teach you guys a really exciting new recipe for a very simple sauce, simple dip. I absolutely love honey mustard. It's one of my favorite sauces, especially when it comes to chicken. I love dipping chicken nuggets
Chicky
in honey
nuggies.
mustard. And sometimes if I get chicken nuggets with French fries, I'll also dip the French fries in the honey mustard. And it really does go so well with chicken. I wish I had chicken here to taste it with, but we don't have chicken today. All right, well, let's get into it. It couldn't be more simple. Basically, get some honey. This is just honey from bees. Basically, bee pollen, and I'm not exactly sure how honey is made from bees, but and this honey isn't as good as got a weird doesn't taste right. So we got a good amount of honey in there, you can see, and let's add our pistons.
Honey and mustard. Actually, that's not.
I should really buy the economy size, the larger bottles of Pissmans. I don't even know if they make them, but it would be, because I go through a couple bottles every day. And we mix that boy up. And right away, you see, it almost looks like, it's such a beautiful image. It looks like some kind of a, I can't think of the word for it. And this honey gets so sticky. You could feel it right now on I could feel it right on my fingers here. And the mustard doesn't help. But, we actually lost a little bit here. And that's not what we want to see happen. So we'll just create a lane. Get her back in. And sometimes if you want to get the bottom of the bowl mixed with the top, we'll just do a flip. And that's, ooh, boy, and this is sticky. There really isn't much more to it than that. I like to add a little extra Pitsmans right at the end.
Thank you for that, Bits
And
Composer.
that
Thank
just
you.
kind of wakens up some of the flavors going on down there. All right, well, we come back. We're going to debut the honey mustard sauce, or should I say mustard and honey sauce, for my
Spicy.
special guest. Be right back. All right, guys. Well, the honey mustard was the name of the game today, and again, you
Do
can
a
make this
quick
with 2 ingredients.
save.
Why would you go out and buy honey mustard sauce when you can make it with only 2 ingredients? Had a fun time making it too. Time for the world
Burger.
premiere of the sauce. I'm going to let my friend come out and try it. Eric Wareheim, how are you?
Not good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Something in that fucking rotted shrimp or that cocktail sauce gave me allergic reaction. I was fully swollen for Adam Bloomquist's funeral. All my best friends were there, my family. I had a whole speech prepared. I couldn't say anything. And they said, what? Oh, was it something important? No, I was eating some fucking shrimp on Tim's internet show. And this is looking good compared to what I had.
You're going to want to go to an oral surgeon for something.
Yeah, I know who to...
Anyhow.
It's looking real good.
Like
Oh,
I
thank
said,
you.
that,
I didn't do the whole
could have been
thing.
the shrimp. Could have been...
I'm just editing it.
Listen,
I'm just editing it so it has an open mouth version too, so I can use it as a
It
reactive.
fucked up the funeral for me. And I'm here
let
again,
me-
spending time with you.
You see if I can find who did the
hearing that.
original.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that,
And you know what?
I have them
This is
in
the
my
last show.
Discord DMs.
I spoke to Josh.
well, we'll find somebody else
I
to
had
come.
a
If you don't want to come on down here.
I had a call with Wetstein about the whole sponsorship, the mustard thing that I didn't sign off on, the missing production meetings for our real shows, and this side project, Josh, it's over. This is the last episode.
Okay. Well,
So thanks to all the audience members for Nug69 for not supporting this piece of shit show. Fuck you, Josh. Fuck you, Tim.
Oh, where'd you
can
go?
I still do the show if he's not in? Why not? It's just a cooking show. I should be able to do it. I should be able to do the show.
And fuck your sauce, man. The sauce fucking sucks anyways.
It's not. It's just honey mustard.
I can't find
Yeah,
them
but
in
who
my
wants to see
Discord
a show about
DMs.
honey mustard? I spent days coming here with you. Dude, the fucking Nick gave me a call time at 8 a.m. We're shooting at like 5 p.m. That's just fucking disrespectful, man. For what? Honey and mustard for some fucking sponsor? That's why it's off. Josh, fuck you, it's gone. Daniel Kellison, fuck off.
All right. Well, we're gonna try to rejigger this show. I've gotten a lot of good feedback, so we'll
And
try
fuck
to do
that
different-
piss
different
mustard.
take on it.
You come make me eat that bullshit every day. I talked to Westy, he's like, oh, Tim said you were okay with the mustard sponsorship.
Well, it's not.
That's why
I'm
the
not
show's
getting
over.
money for the mustard.
Yeah.
I'm just getting lots of mustard.
And
Here
Tim's
it
viewers,
is.
thank you so much for watching this bullshit internet show, but it's fucking over. So fuck you, Josh, fuck you, Tim, and fuck that piss mustard.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have some honey mustard sauce. If only we had chicken.
Let's see it. That is AXSM.
Something's off.
So that's the artist who did the original, and then I'm just
well, we'll see you
changing it
next
up a
week.
little
Thanks
bit
for
so it has an open mouth version.
This is off.
He's in Master of None. Who? Eric? Tim or Eric? Which one? Those two make me remember the buttons on the controller.
Something's off with the mustard.
Is that really the last episode of it?
Rotten mustard. It's the last time I used piss.
Oh no, there's one more.
All this mayonnaise in here. It's about a half a. It's about a half a jar. And depending on how much you want to make, you can obviously scale these.
There's one more.
Coming up on Tim's Cook-Off. Tim faces his
Uh-oh.
toughest critic yet
Tim Heidecker, you suck.
in a battle that started on the internet,
You don't know who I am and what I'm cooking.
but will end in the kitchen.
She's nothing. She's shit. She's garbage.
These contestants will compete in a one-on-one cook-off where the winner will be determined by our secret judge.
I do have a very sensitive stomach. If it's something light like salads, it's totally fine.
The dish? Chili. Let's meet our challengers.
My name is Angela Mike,
and I born in Greece, and I got married in Virginia like 32 years ago.
My name is Tim Heidecker. I am an actor, comedian, producer, writer, director, one of the founding members of the Jash Comedy Collective here on YouTube.com.
When I saw Tim's Kitchen Tips, I thought it was gross.
I don't like to keep a clean kitchen until after I'm done cooking.
How can he cook like this and then have someone, judge his food and test it?
Go ahead and try this. This is just kind of your classic French onion dip with a little twist.
Just tastes like sour cream and mustard.
I don't want to eat this.
When I saw the video of that foreign woman criticizing my work,
Tim Heidecker, you suck.
I really felt disappointed that such a horrible person could be somewhere so close to our nation's capital in Alexandria, Virginia. How are you?
Hi.
What's your name again?
Angela.
Okay. Who cares?
Maybe 2-3 times a year I make chili. I'm good at it.
I've been making chili for many, many years. I think I'm a lock. I think there's no way I'm going to lose. First thing I want to do.
Oh, the kidney beans? Yes. I like kidney beans because it's soft and it gives flavor.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to make
Shut
it full
up.
screen.
You can just tell by the sound of her voice. Her weak attempts at the English language is a good sign of the lack of intelligence.
Personally, I don't think Tim is a good cook.
A lot of people like to do a lot of sautéing and pre-cooking things and cooking onions and whatnot. It doesn't matter. You can cook everything at the same time. It's supposed to be a one-pot dish.
I like to saute first.
Oh, you don't know what you're doing.
I think he does weird stuff.
So here we have baked beans. I'm gonna put these baked beans in there, and that's got little pieces of bacon in there. You see? And those are delicious. If you like a BLT or anything like that, you could save these, put these aside. Shut up!
He touches all the food with his hands.
All right, so all these dumb beans going. If you ever look at the bottom of my chili plate, whenever I eat chili out of a bowl, you'll always see a big collection of beans because I don't like to eat beans.
And then he collects all that food and put it back in the pot. Are you serious? How can someone cook like this?
All right, let's take a look at this before I put it on the stove, just so you see the transformation that's going to happen. So here we are. You see all that? Look at all that great meat and corn. This is just going to cook, and it's going to have a fun time cooking. It's really going to open up all the flavors.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Let me tell you something. I have no issues getting physical with you. I think she should go back to where she came from. I'm not talking about Virginia. One more trip east. So we are ready to put this on the pot, and then I'm ready to go sit on the pot because I ate something. I didn't cook my eggs enough this morning, so I've got diarrhea. Mine's ready.
Mine
Mine
too.
is absolute. This is exactly where I want it to be. Okay, ready to present to the
Ready.
judge. Hello, Eric.
Hello.
My chili.
Well, first of all, it's a Sunday, and it is my sister's birthday. All my family is in town. Chefs, thank you for your offering. Chili number 1, Greek. It's got a good aroma. Nice. Good depth of flavor. I was hoping for a little bit more of a Greek essence. It's also a Sunday, so I wish I was with my sister on her birthday. My family's in town.
Okay.
Tim Heidecker's. We have some large chunks of, I don't know what meat that is.
Oh, hot dog.
You know, I do have a familiar feeling when I look at this, not because it's something I ate, but it's something I'm going through, you know, medically right now.
Yes, chef.
Time for a bite.
No. I'm sorry, I totally forgot my last ingredient. It's a little garnish that makes the dish.
I
It's
wonder
my
what it's
husband's.
gonna be.
Let me just do
It's
this for
Vince
you.
mustard. Right on top of the chili.
Okay, now the chili has sort of changes the whole.
Tim, be very afraid because I think I'm about to win.
Good old Pissman's mustard.
You know, there's a real nice contrast of that of like pretty low level.
Just
chili
died
and
20
just
times. I expected more.
mustard. You know.
I understand that, Chef.
Thank you, chefs, for your offering. Miss Greek, your chili was good. That said, I was looking for a little bit more of a flair. Tim, your chili at first, it had a very unappetizing look. But that said, I do admire your creativity, and I know there's, you know, your deal with Pistons is important to you and your family. You know, I just wish that you would have thought about my family and, you know, my sister having her birthday, and okay. I'm gonna be pretty late to that, and I'm probably gonna have a lot of just, you know, digestive issues, so they'll change my experience with my family because I had to come and judge this shit, so. Okay. So the winner of Tim's Chili Cook-Off is...
Who's gonna be the winner?
Tim Heidecker.
Yes!
I was not actually
I'm very
expecting
disappointed.
him
I
to
don't
win.
think that was fair. Eric is Tim's friend.
I mean, both were okay, you know? I mean, I just had to look at it. Tim's an old friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the last time I'm gonna do this bullshit, okay?
I understand.
I have to show up to work with Tim on Monday with a smile and try to get some comedy going. This Greek woman, I hope I never see her again. So that's how I base my decision. Tim wins.
Come over there. We're gonna film you, people. If you want to, like, clap your hands, like you know, like you're enjoying it. Be participants in the video. Carol, you could do it too, all right? Should I start it? You ready for me? Okay, here we go. Everybody ready?
I love the Legend of Zelda series, but the canonical timeline doesn't make any sense. Perhaps it would make more sense if someone tried to put every single piece of Zelda media, canonical and non-canonical, into one timeline. Someone should try to do that. Let's go. Let's start with the canonical timeline. So we've got Skyward Sword at the very beginning, created Demise, and then he becomes Ganon later on. Link gets resurrected. It's Minish Cap. It introduces Vati. He's a wind sorcerer, and then he also shows up in Four Swords. That comes next. After Four Swords, Vati is sealed. Ganon's back, baby. And it's Ocarina of Time. So Ocarina of Time splits into 3 different timelines here. In one of them, Link decides to stay an adult, Ganondorf gets resurrected, and Link is nowhere to be found. And where's Link? Where's Link? I'll get to it. Don't worry, I'll get to it. And then the whole world floods, and we get Wind Waker. This one I'll call Adult Link. In this one, he decides to stay a child. The Sacred Realm is sealed. He's finished his entire meaning of existence by the time he's like 12. And so he goes and does Majora's Mask, which is also very existential. And then over here, Nintendo decided to make a timeline where Link loses. Link just can't do it in this one. Ganondorf does whatever the hell he wants to, and now it's a Link to the past. One of my friends invited me over to watch him beat Ocarina of Time because he was really close to finishing it, and then I went over, and then he couldn't do it, and so then we decided to go outside and play basketball. This is that timeline. So we have Adult Link, Child Link, basketball. Let's go back to Adult Link. After Wind Waker, he just goes and hangs out with his pirate friends in Phantom Hourglass. We go to Spirit Tracks. This is on a different island, and technically there is Link and Zelda, except Link is really into trains now. Let's do the child one. We go from Majora's Mask into what is canonically called the era of Twilight. Obviously, it's Twilight Princess next. Then it gets a little bit darker and goes into the Age of Shadow. We do Four Swords Adventures, which is different from Four Swords. One has adventures in the title. Here's some issues with canon over here in Basketball Timeline. In the Hyrule Historia, which came out in 2011, it states that next should be Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages, but the Japanese Zelda website technically states that it goes Link to the Past, Link's Awakening now, so they've reversed those two. So even the canonical timeline isn't like super hard set in stone canonical, which goes to show that it sucks. He does this thing and then he goes sailing and then he crashes and has a dream and then dies in the ocean. I'm gonna keep Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages tied together right now. A new Link, new cycle, and he goes A Link Between Worlds. And then it's another existential crisis, but this is my favorite one because instead of having an existential crisis and then going to have to save the world from a moon, or having an existential crisis and hanging out with pirates, he just gets really into fashion in Triforce Heroes, which is what I plan to do in my midlife crisis. It's The Legend of Zelda, the first one. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. This is the same Link between these two. A cult wants to resurrect Ganon or something. We're at the most recent game, and the most recent in the timeline. It's Breath of the Wild. You might be wondering, where does Breath of the Wild fall? In which timeline? Is it basketball? Is it child? Or is it adult? Well, guess what? It's all three. Nintendo couldn't figure it out, so they decided to just put it in all of the timelines, which isn't how time works, to my knowledge. I'm gonna make this timeline much worse, but I'm gonna also explain the convergence. So what I'm gonna go to next is Zelda spin-off games. I'm not going to talk about some specific things, namely cameos, or when you can buy Link's clothing in other games, or some of the mangas, because they're just the same exact stories as some of the main canonical timeline games. So we've wrapped all these up. Some of them don't have connections just yet. Don't worry, I'll get to it. Let's start with the easy Zelda spin-offs. There were a lot of them during Twilight Princess. Link was also learning how to use his crossbow for big game hunting, and also it was Twilight Princess Picross. Midna wanted to, she thought Picross would help him beat Zant. We'll start from the beginning. Skyward Sword was supposed to be the first one, but they're wrong. Hylia chose her first hero. There was like a lot of time between the first hero and the one that happened in Skyward Sword, and in that time was the Zelda Game & Watch. Just like in Skyward Sword, there was an upper level and the bottom level, and then there were dragons also in Skyward Sword. That's my logic behind this one. You say Zelda Game & Watch, what about the Zelda Game Watch? That's right, the Nelsonic Zelda Game Watch. This was a watch that you could play Zelda on, and there were only 4 dragons in this one. Why? Because the other Link already defeated the other ones. There are 3 other dragons in Skyward Sword, and they were nice because they learned that Link would fuck their shit up. Link, the Faces of Evil, and Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon. I'm not an expert on this one because I've never played them, which I think is probably the best decision I've made in my life. Right over here, why? Because in Link, the Faces of Evil, he has to go to the island of Korodai. Islands in the Great Sea, obviously. That's where they make sense to go. Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon can go there too. But that's not the only CDI game. There's also Zelda's Adventure. Ganon, I guess he stole some celestial something or others, and then it started the Era of Darkness. And remember what I said before about how it went to Twilight and then to Shadow? What comes after that? That's right, it's Darkness, baby. Y'all know about the Satellaview? It was a weird thing for the SNES, or the Super Famicom, because it was just in Japan. It insisted on all of the Satellaview games, including the letters BS. BS, The Legend of Zelda Kamigami no Triforce, was just basically a Link to the Past, so I didn't include it in this one. But there are other BS Legend of Zelda games, and they're weird because they don't actually include Link. They include these 2 characters that you could choose, and they technically were part of the Satellaview thing, so it wasn't Link who was there, but I'll explain in a second. I cut one of the titles in half. Clayton, we have to start over. A Link to the Past happens, and then Link goes away on a journey into the water, and then he dies. What's happening while Link goes on adventures is BS The Legend of Zelda. It happens after that, during Link's Awakening, when Link runs away, which is why those kids are the ones in this, and then after that it goes Link, The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets, and technically, since those kids are the ones that are in BS The Legend of Zelda, that technically means that they are an iteration of Link. And so the BSX, the story of the town whose name was stolen, which was a game that included those protagonists, but didn't include anything about Zelda, technically is still a Zelda game, so I included it in this one. Barcode Battler 2, you had to scan cards with a barcode, and then you would have to battle those enemies using it. A different retelling of the same story of A Link to the Past, just like looking at it from a different camera angle. Tingle exists in actually 2 different timelines, and he also exists in every timeline because Tingle is the perfect evolution of humanity. He shows up in Majora's Mask first, and he also shows up in Wind Waker. We have an origin story for Tingle in freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land, he starts to get the taste, I love rupees, and then he starts selling his maps to you in Majora's Mask. But at the same time as Rosy Rupee Land is the Dekisugi Tingle Pack, which was DSiWare, and it just basically was like a calculator and like a fortune teller or something. Tingle's Balloon Fight DS, this happens at the same time as Wind Waker. Over here in Basketball Timeline, we've got Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. I'm not gonna explain how it connects just yet, because I'll do that later. It's a Final Zelda spin-off. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, and I'm using the Definitive Edition because that's just the collection of all of them, because there's 3 different versions of this game. I'm gonna put Hyrule Warriors over here, and I'm gonna call this the Time Break.
The time break.
They made 3 timelines already, so why can't I make my own? Hyrule Warriors is the second most important game in the entire timeline for how it ties everything together. Hyrule Warriors. Think about that, Nintendo. You made me care about Hyrule Warriors. But we're not done with Zelda games. We're gonna talk about Zelda character appearances. If Miyamoto doesn't email me after this video goes up and say, Brian, you've cracked the code, I'm never gonna play another Zelda game ever again. This whole goddamn suit is so tight. I feel like a Christmas ham. I haven't connected these 2 right now because an adult Link timeline, Link just kind of slacks off because he has, again, existential crisis. He finished beating Ganon. What does he do for the rest of his life? I'll tell you what he does. He go-karts, and he fights people for sport. Super Smash Bros. The original one, Mario Kart 8, and Soul Calibur 2. Got nothing better to do, might as well just go have fun. And you know what? I respect that. But you did forget that Ganondorf got resurrected, and then the whole world flooded. So that's on your conscience. I imagine that Link still has access to the Temple of Time, which is why in Super Smash Bros. Melee, it happens simultaneously in Ocarina of Time because he can change himself into young Link, and also Ganondorf's there, and I don't know why he's allowed to fight. I've put these 3 Super Smash Bros. After Hyrule Warriors in the Time Break. The Time Break. And while we are hanging out in the Time Break, Sonic's here. Sonic's in the Time Break, baby. I swear to God, I'm not just using the Time Break as a catch-all, but it does work as a catch-all. There's this weird-ass game for the Wii called Captain Rainbow. It technically happens at the same time as Link's Awakening because it includes Crazy Tracy, but Link's Awakening happens within Link's dream, so that means that Captain Rainbow might be happening within Crazy Tracy's dream. So it's very much like Inception, and that means that Joseph Gordon-Levitt exists in the Zelda timeline. That's a joke. Joseph Gordon-Levitt doesn't exist in any timeline. And these are also gonna come down here next to Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, WarioWare, all of them, and then Scribblenauts Unlimited. And again, I will explain that later. Whew, I'm getting too worked up about this. Canonical games, spin-offs, Zelda appearances in other games. What's left? Every other type of media. I swear to God, if I get one well actually comment, it's a lost cause, right? Let's start with books. I mentioned before that Skyward Sword was not the first game and that Game & Watch was the first game, but it's not the first instance of Zelda and Link. Himekawa's Skyward Sword manga does include the origin of literally, it's like the first Avatar. It's the first Link, the first Hylian chosen hero. First instance of Link. I really don't know why Nintendo hasn't included the Choose Your Own Adventure books, because they love to have things that have confusing timelines where Link could potentially die in them, like in basketball over there. The Crystal Trap and the Shadow Prince happened canonically after the original Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2. There are like 11 or 12 or 18 different endings. Stick with me here. You could win the Shadow Prince with high points, or you could win the Shadow Prince with lower points. Those are 2 separate timelines in my head. So low points from Shadow Prince, you go to the Valiant Comics. And now we're gonna talk about TV. If you win with high points, we go into the Legend of Zelda TV series.
Aren't I sweet?
After the Legend of Zelda TV series, Captain N happens, and it's weird because in this one, the hero is a guy named Kevin. He gets sucked into a television. Captain N creates this potential option of being able to summon yourself into the game, which explains these 3 things. I told you I'd explain them later. Ripens Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. It starts with a dumb 35-year-old man who lives in his parents' house, and then he gets sucked into a book, and then he goes into Tingle's land, and he becomes Tingle. WarioWare, it shows that the Zelda games exist at the same time, which is in Captain N, and also Scribblenauts Unlimited is here too. I haven't necessarily figured that one out. Board games. There are Zelda board games, and they also deserve to be in the timeline. The Legend of Zelda board game The Zelda board game happens if you die in the crystal trap. How does that sound, all right? You happy? But what about Zelda Clue? That's, I guess, happens during the Super Smash Brothers time, right? Because they're having fun together, hanging out. Zelda Chess! There's no plot line in Zelda Chess. Put in Ocarina of Time, like everything else in this dumbass timeline. Let me double check that I've gotten everything. But what about the time break?
The time break.
I told you that I would explain the time break, didn't I? And I'm gonna explain it right now. Why does no one understand the time break except for me, Brian David Gilbert? Why am I the only scholar in time break studies? I'll tell you why. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition happens outside of the timeline entirely, similarly to Breath of the Wild. It exists in all of the timelines because Ganondorf's soul gets split into multiple pieces that go into different timelines. And again, that's in the story itself. Link figures out that there are multiple timelines in this time, okay? And then he defeats the thing and he goes into existential crisis mode, just like over here, and like over here, and like over there. But what does he do when he knows that all these timelines exist? He goes and he plays Super Smash Brothers with all of his friends in every single timeline. That's how Super Smash Brothers Ultimate can exist, because it's everyone, all the time, everywhere, and also Sonic. But the time break still doesn't fit in. It's still by itself over here, right? Okay, the time break doesn't have a space. Link knows about every timeline, and he's done hanging out with his friends here in the time break. So what does he do? He decides to settle down, get a real job. And what can he do better than anyone else? That's right, he knows every location in every timeline. I'm talking location, location, location. He gets his real estate license. He buys up every land, he consolidates every timeline, and pushes it all into one space. How does he do it? Legend of Zelda Monopoly. The most important Legend of Zelda game of all time. The one that makes Breath of the Wild make sense. Reggie, take fucking notes. I just saved your ass with Monopoly. This is the pin that holds the entire Zelda timeline together. You made me use Monopoly. That's the entire Zelda timeline, including 55 pieces of Zelda media. Don't ask me to do this again. The Elder Scrolls, games chock full of lore. And Skyrim is no different. Hidden amongst the Draugr and dragons is a plethora of books full of very important and incredibly niche details. But with all the spell casting and shouting you must do as Dragonborn, who really has the time to read all those books? I do, apparently. I read every book in Skyrim in order to answer the eternal question, should you read every book in Skyrim? And I'm here to give you my top 5 recommendations of books, here in my Skyrim Book Report! Skyrim Book Report! How many books are there, really, in Skyrim? After all, there are only 8 people credited as writers on Skyrim. Those 8 people are responsible for every quest, every voice acting line, every response you can give to an NPC. How much time do they have to write all those other books? A lot! Because they wrote this many books. This many books. Or at least they wrote most of them, because a few of them have been grandfathered in from other Elder Scrolls games. Before I get into the nitty-gritty, let me explain my process on how I did this Skyrim Book Report! I printed out every book in Skyrim, and then I spent multiple 8-hour days reading every single book. I whittled it down to 338 books because I didn't include journals or diaries. Everyone knows that self-published doesn't count. In total, that's 571 pages, 5.5-point font, over 316,000 words. I had 2 reactions to this. My first reaction was, wow, this is an incredible amount of world building. To write 300,000 words that could essentially be skipped over while still having the full Skyrim experience, it's amazing. And it's a level of world building that could only exist in an interactive medium. And for that, I commend you, Bethesda. My second reaction to this was, what the fuck? Hey, Todd? What the fuck? In my Skyrim book report, I will be discussing... That's a smash cut. Hopefully, if I do my editing correctly. 338 books. Actually 337, I just realized over here, Songs of Skyrim, I put both of them in there, but there's a revised edition. I lied, it's just 337 books now. Obviously, I don't have time to synopsize all of these, and believe me, you wouldn't want to watch that even if I could. I've split them into categories to make this a little bit easier. First up, historical books. These book titles you see rolling up the screen are all biographies or histories. What I categorized as histories was anything that had big historical dates in them, explanatory histories, or pretty much anything that was boring. History's so boring! J.R.R. Tolkien did the world a disservice by making every single fantasy writer think that they need to chronicle every goddamn minute of their world in order for it to be legitimate. I don't give two shits about a king who lost a war 700 years ago. Shoo, get out of here. Some of these biographies are actually pretty interesting. But a lot of them are written like the Chronicles of Nchuleft. I didn't tab it out because it's a shitty story. It happened in Second Planting, PD 1220, that Lord Ichlandam, on a journey in the western uplands, came to Nchuleft, and Protector Ankard and General Rukungthunch met him there, and Dalen Zanchu also came to the meeting. They talked together long by themselves, but this only was known of their business, that they were to be friends of each other. They parted, and each went home to his own colony. Riveting! Ugh, history's so boring. I'm done with this. Next category, instructional books. These are all field guides or basic recipes about how to make good armor or what flowers go in which potions. At best, they are in-fiction instructional books. At worst, they are so obviously trying to get you to go do specific things, pulls you right out of the fiction. Come on, man. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Everyone's favorite, the academic books. Fun fact about academic books that I learned in college is that no one has ever enjoyed writing or reading an academic paper. Why'd you put it in a video game? Mythical stories. It's kind of weird to differentiate things between myth and history, especially in this world where you can talk to demon princes. I split these two up because these are very boring, and these are slightly more palatable. They're more like creation myths, or they're just like random stories that are fun to read, so they're getting closer to good fiction. The poetic and dramatic. Everyone knows that poetry and theater are meant to be seen and not read. And you have no idea how much it pains me that I do not have time to do stage readings of all these. Oh my god, I would have loved that. We have What genre is It's the catch-all. These tend to be accounts, kind of like medieval fantasy op-eds, so I just put them here. We're done with these now, so. Get out of here! Finally, we have 59 books that I would consider good fiction. Good fiction. What I did here is I gave myself 3 criteria about what would make good fiction in the realm of Skyrim. Number 1, does it help build the world around us? Number 2, does it give us an interesting or different perspective on that world? And number 3, is it good? Now you might say, Brian, what gives you the right to say what is good fiction? I read all 338, you dingus! Believe me when I say that these were the only good ones. This is all I'm qualified to do now. I need a drink. Okay. Now there's still 59 of these, so I obviously can't summarize all of them, but I have left 5 off, and they are my top 5 books of Skyrim. So we're gonna talk about those. Number 5, Advances in Lockpicking. Now Advances in Lockpicking is actually an instructional book. But I think it does more than just the other instructional books where you open them up and then suddenly you are better at lockpicking, because it's written by a thief in a very interesting voice. There's a great ending line for this book. Some thieves can't read. If you can't read, get someone to read this book to you. It'll make more sense then. That's great. I think that's a much more fun way than saying, here is how you pick a lock. this is what this set of armor is. Better than instructional, just good fiction. Number 4, Pala. In a world where crazy creatures exist, how do you make fiction that is compelling, that people can just kind of experience in their own life? Pala is a necromantic romantic book. It's a story about a man who sees this beautiful statue of a woman fighting a beast and falls instantly in love with this woman. Turns out, she's dead from fighting that beast. He decides to get into necromancy to bring her back from the dead. I kind of don't want to ruin the surprise for you. It manages to tell an interesting story while also introducing these ideas of monsters and necromancy. It's kind of weird, but it's very well written. I'm gonna go ahead and put up 3 and 2. Why do I put up the Argonian account and Feyfolken at the same time? Turns out it's written by the same fictional author, Wogan Jarth. This one's for you, Wogan. I'm a big Jarth head. He's not actually in the story at all. I couldn't find any instance of like him as an NPC, so I really hope he's in the next one because I want to meet Wogan. I just want to meet Wogan Jarth. These ones were not actually written specifically for Skyrim. They were grandfathered in, but they do an incredible job of building the world around you. The Argonian account is actually the second story in a series all about Decamus Scotti. This is kind of like the Hobbit of Tamriel, where we're taking this unassuming character and thrusting them into this completely foreign, amazing landscape, except instead of a hobbit, it is a mid-level bureaucrat. It's full of screwball comedy and wonderful world building about the Black Marsh, which is where all the Argonians live. You have to fast travel by being eaten alive by a worm. That's great. I want to see that whenever we go to the Black Marsh. It's so flavorful, and that's why I'm a Jarth head. Feyfolken, it's a story about a scribe who's terrible at his job, but gets this enchanted quill that forces him to be amazing, sends him into this madness, and then he kills himself at the end of the book, spoiler alert. But that's not what the story is really about. It's an interesting fiction that teaches you about different Daedric princes, and which ones could have caused this specific enchantment on the quill. That's good world building. I am interested in the story. You told me something that I can learn about the world. I had a good time reading Feyfolken. Jarth, you did it again! And that leaves us with the number 1 book. It's not the lusty Argonian maid. I feel like I should broach this subject. I'll tell you why I didn't include it in my good fiction list, and it's not because I'm a prude. Who doesn't love a little erotic lizard fiction?
Ooh, come on, baby.
The reason I didn't include the lusty Argonian maid as one of the best pieces of fiction is because it's 7 acts long. 7 acts? There is no way you can manage to maintain that level of erotic tension for 7 acts. That's like 5.5 hours. As a person who has done 1 or 2 plays in my life, that's just unfeasible, okay? I'd like to see them try. I would like to see them try.
Ooh, come on, baby.
Before I go to number 1, I gotta go get a flu shot. This is not a joke. It's important to get your flu shot. All right, I'm back. The number 1 piece of fiction in Skyrim, not Wogan Jarth, I'm sorry. It's Beggar, Thief, Warrior, King. It's 4 books, actually, but it's all part of Eslaf Errol's story. It is completely fictional, even within the fiction of Skyrim. The reason I put it first is because it's the only book that was legitimately hilarious. I straight up chortled. That's what I did in real life. That's amazing. The writing style of these 4 books is just naturally hilarious. There are so many bland, cookie-cutter stories in Skyrim that follow the same setup, twist, punchline. This doesn't have that. It's just a good story. One of these writers was just flexing, and I think that's wonderful that a writer had a chance to, within the fiction of Skyrim, write something that's just naturally funny. You should all go home onto your computers, boot up Skyrim, find these 4 books, and then read them in order. It's worth it. That's my quest for you in Skyrim. 300 gold points. That's it. That's it. That's all of the books. So like, what did I learn from reading all 338 books of Skyrim? Surprisingly, a whole lot. Like, there are 2 main takeaways that I pulled from this. Number 1, This is a masterclass on how to write effective flavor text between all of these historical, instructional, the good fiction, and, you know, the iffy fiction. This is a way to learn what to do and what not to do. Obviously, not everyone is going to connect with certain types of flavor text. I'm sure there's a lot of people that disagree with me and think that the historical is the most important flavor text. And you know what? They are valid, and they're wrong. And they always seem to find my comment sections. When you take something good like Feyfolken, which teaches you about the Daedric princes, but in an interesting way, it really shines in comparison to the 3.5 million biographies of Berenzia. You don't even see them in Skyrim. I don't care about Berenzia. It's boring. But not like Feyfolken. That's really interesting and effective. Also, it's just like, teaches you about all these wonderful forms of fiction. If you're a fiction teacher, like, teach your kids with Skyrim. Teach the kids with Skyrim. I got a creative writing degree. That's all I have to say about that. The second takeaway, this is a wonderful teaching device about unreliable narrators. So many of these histories are negating other ones. This is a wonderful way of showing people you need to read everything if you're going to get the whole picture. I read everything. I am the keeper of the picture. That's every book in Skyrim. So it's time for us to revisit that ever-present question, should you read every book in Skyrim? No! What? How could you watch this whole 10+ minute video and think I would say anything? What? No! I bore this burden for you! Don't read them! No!
Please, don't read them all.
Don't read them!
You can read the top 5, that's fine.
How dare you jettison my gift! Don't read them! No! If you want to see me keep doing things like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And now for a staged reading of the sultry Argonian Bard.
I could never perform your request.
Oh, is it too fast for you?
I fear I may damage my instrument.
Ah, but you seem to handle it so well, my darling.
My lady, you flatter me.
Well, it is such a large and magnificent piece. The Mega Man robot masters were not always evil. In fact, most were mechanized workers created specifically to make life on Earth more efficient and wonderful. And then that massive donger, Dr. Wily, turned them on us. So Mega Man destroyed them, and the world was saved. But just how useful were these robots? And were they useful enough to chance a robot uprising? What if someone ranked every single Mega Man robot master from most to least useful to see which ones were really worth the risk? Someone should try to do that. It's me. I'm the one who's gonna do that. Before I get started on the gradient of worth it to not worth it, I'm gonna talk about the protagonists, or the good guys, even though some of them aren't specifically good. A lot of these robots were built to be sentient for the sake of being sentient, and I do not feel at all qualified to discuss the philosophical implications of that. So I'm gonna put them over here. Mega Man, Mega Man X, Mega Man Red, they're all over here. I'm not gonna touch that. So what kind of robots are good when they're sentient? I think that it's things humans cannot do. Things that perhaps only a robot could do. One that can think for itself would be pretty worthwhile. So let's start with those ones. The ones that are good. Number 1, Chillman. Chillman is a recent robot master who is built to help stop global warming, and heaven knows we need that. Definitely worthwhile. Next is another cold friend, Freezeman. Freezeman was built to make a non-polluting energy. He would make that energy by splitting average temperatures into hot temperatures and cold temperatures. I'm choosing to think of that as something like nuclear fission, as opposed to choosing to think of it as dumb. Commando Man. Terrible name, but he was actually a minesweeping robot. One of the first gens, Elekman. He controlled nuclear power plants. He could help make sure the nuclear power plant was shut down in case anything bad ever happened to one. Hopefully it won't. Starman. He was built to explore the universe. Humans are real squishy, really, when you think about it. It might be nice to have a man going out into the stars, a starman. Also, in his flavor text, he's apparently a romantic and, like, loves poetry, and That's what we need out in the stars. While he's up there, Galaxy Man is helping figure out the trajectories. Splash Woman, she's super useful because she goes and helps shipwrecked sailors or just people lost at sea. I feel like she'd do a better job than, I don't know, the Coast Guard or whatever. Not that I'm shitting on the Coast Guard. They do go. I'm digging myself in a hole. Wait, where'd Toadman go? Where's my guy Toadman? Toadman. He irrigates crops during drought. Very useful. Why'd they make him a toad? Iceman. I swear, we have a lot of cold people up here at the front. He's built specifically to do human-like tasks in cold weather. So he's good. More cold friends. Blizzard Man. There to help monitor the weather in Arctic environments. Looks and names can be deceiving, and Junkman is super important. Junkman was built so he could find usable robot parts that have been left out. Think about how much electronic waste we make. It would be great if something could go dig through all of our trash and find the usable circuit boards. That's important. Hornet Man. We've done some shit to bees, y'all. He pollinates the flowers. Would be very useful if we continue to keep doing shit to bees. And finally, we've got Cloud Man and Tornado Man. They both are actually useful for controlling the weather when things are bad. I'm gonna put Cloud Man in front of Tornado Man because Tornado Man was built to stop tropical storms, which is not what a tornado is. He needs a different name. There we go. These ones I would say are worth the risk. We still have like 180 more to go. We got a bunch of construction robots next. We'll start with everyone's favorite, Guts Man. Imagine there's a line right here. Maybe I'll put it in After Effects. That might be too much work. I'm probably not gonna do that. Good ones. Now we're into Construction Zone. Guts Man comes first because he's a civil engineer. He's not only strong and can lift big rocks, but he can build bridges probably. We've got Aquaman and Pump Man. Both of them are used for water filtration. I'm gonna put Aquaman in front of Pump Man because Pump Man's flavor text explains that sometimes he'll volunteer to wash off graffiti and no one likes a narc. Bomb Man, bombs. Ground Man, excavation. Block Man, makes blocks. Concrete Man, concrete. Needleman, needles. I guess it's drilling. Drill Man, also drilling. Bit Man from the DOS game. He is also a driller. You think that after the first two went bad, they would have stopped making drill robots, right? Oil Man, DOS. He does oil things. Hard Man. He doesn't actually have a flavor text explanation for what he is, other than that he's very heavy. So I am assuming he's for ground leveling, but maybe he's just big. Impact Man, piling. Cut Man, tree cutting. Torch Man, DOS, welding. Fuse Man, electrical equipment management. Oil Man, keeping things oiled. Spark Man, making sparks. I think he actually charges things. Fireman, he was made to incinerate trash. Bondman, he was supposed to be in the first game until they realized he was just glue. Stone Man, I assume bricks, but actually they only say that he hangs out with Guts Man, so maybe he's just moral support. Flame Man, he generates thermal power, but also he's powered by thermal power, which seems recursive and also impossible. Jewel Man, he not only mines the jewels, but he polishes them. Finally, in the construction, it's Slash Man. He was specifically made to cut down trees so that you could build secret bases. I don't know why they insisted on saying it was for secret bases. That seems like a waste of a robot. To be perfectly honest, I don't think we needed to make these ones sentient, because you know what, Hard Man? I think steamrollers were doing just fine. Now we're getting into a category that I like to call, sure? They're not necessarily bad. I just think we could probably do without Windman, who apparently helps with the harvest with fans. Astro Man, who just works in a planetarium. Gravity Man, he can control gravity, which could be useful. Dive Man, he was built to catch fish with torpedoes. They made him look like a submarine, and they gave him torpedoes. Feel like they should have seen this coming. Solar Man, now he investigates solar things, I guess. He also apparently developed an exercise routine. I don't know why they needed to put that in the flavor text, but it definitely put him in the sure category. Top Man. I'll give you a guess about what he does. Did you guess explore other planets? Because yeah, that's what he was designed for. Why the fuck is he a top? God, these are all so good. We're getting into the categories where I can't stop laughing. Serious. Snake Man. He was supposed to explore other planets that had crevasses, and he's a snake. Gyro Man. He was supposed to be a really good plane, but then Wily ran out of money, so they just stuck a propeller on his back. Plant Man. Manages plants. Pharaoh Man. Only supposed to explore ruins. Blast Man. He manages fireworks. Fireworks are dangerous. Don't play with fireworks. But also maybe don't make a robot to play with them. I love Nitro Man. I'm gonna be honest, I do feel kind of bad putting him into the sure category because Nitro Man was built specifically to do motorcycle stunts in movies. The thing I really love about Nitro Man is that he's the president of a stunt robot club, which I think is just wonderful. He's still not useful. Here's where things get a little bit difficult for me. Burst Man was built to be a guard. I'm not sure about robot highly armed guards, but since he was specifically a guard, keep saying specifically, I figured like that's still defensive, and so I'll put him here. But it's a good segue. In the Mega Man games, not every robot was made by Dr. Wily or Dr. Light, and in fact, there were some robots that were made by other robots, or were made extraterrestrially, or were made specifically as a joke, like I can't find my keys, man. I'm gonna put them kind of as the split in the middle to say, hey, these are nebulous, but they're definitely not good. Now that we've got this hard line of good to bad, even though, to be honest, I think the line should be here, it's time for us to talk about the bad robots. J.J. Abrams. Some of these robots were built specifically to murder. We can all agree that that is bad. I'm gonna put all of these murder robots over on the very bad side. We also have a bunch of characters that are Sonic robots. That is an affront to nature. They're in the bad side too. I also didn't even print out all of the net navis from Mega Man Battle Network, even though I love those games, because those were software built with the specific intention of being mean online. And that's just Twitter. I do just want to point out Aircon Man, who was a robot sent from the future to destroy the world, and he's also an air conditioning unit. Now, let's get into the fun part. These robots have absolutely no reason to be sentient. Chemistry Man, he's from the new cartoon. He apparently taught chemistry classes that were so boring, he put kids to sleep, and then he took it really personally and decided to become evil. Sheep Man, he's a shepherd actually. Tundra Man, built to do similar things to all of the high echelon frozen people, but I'm including him over here because he got really bored at his job and then decided to become an ice skater. This is why you don't make sentient robots, I guess. Hypno Woman, she was a therapist who hypnotized people into bad things. DJ Jazzy J48950 is a boombox. You are a magnet. Plug Man charged electrical things, like a plug could do. Strike Man! Sounds cool, but he's just a baseball throwing machine. It's me, Spring Man, can jump. Bright Man, built to explore dark places. Kinda like a flashlight. Cold Man's a refrigerator. Seriously. Sword Man. He was developed to hold a sword that Wily stole from a place. He's not a sentient murder robot, he's a sentient picture frame. Things that don't really need to be sentient, a vacuum. It's Dust Man.
Van_Guardian says I'll just spend all my points to get attention next
more
time.
Than I can handle. So you know what? Actually, I take this back. He's more important than Chill Man. We've already done the worthwhile ones. We've talked about the construction ones. We've talked about the ones that are, okay, that's fine. We have all of the ones that are alien, and we've got the ones that really didn't need to be sentient. We are left with the dregs of robotic society. I call this category No. We'll start with Crystal Man. He was built to make crystals so that Dr. Wily could sell them for money. Turbo Man is a car, or rather he used to be a car, but then he was turned into Turbo Man, Charge Man. Is he a train? No, but he's meant to camouflage as one. I think Dr. Wily's just real into trains. You know what I think about when I think of Safety Operations Manager? A big man full of magma, built to make sure a plant kept safe but also had a bunch of cauldrons full of boiling magma in him. Time Man. He's a time machine. That never goes well. Acid Man was built to be a chemist. What's he good for? Titrations? That's a chemistry joke. Centaur Man. He was a tour guide. Just hire a 16-year-old. Like, they need the job. Sharkman does not need to exist. Oh, we've been doing this for like 5 hours. God damn it. Magic Man was built to be a magician on like a traveling circus sort of show, and then he was not turned evil. He just decided to conscript in King's army because he wanted to show off. Here's the big rule of thumb. Magicians are always evil. Shade Man. He looks like a vampire, doesn't he? It's because he was built to look like one. He was an animatronic robot in a haunted house. Somebody thought we should make that creepy animatronic robot sentient. Whew, remember how Centaur Man was a tour guide? Well, so was Dynamo Man, but they also made him constantly shoot off electricity. That's a bad tour guide. When they got into like the late game stages, they were just like, I don't know, he's a tour guide for a thing. Torch Man was built to teach kids about fire safety in the woods, which is kind of like if Smokey the Bear was constantly on fire. You thought Torch Man was bad? Let me tell you about Burner Man, who was made, and I quote, to bring harm to natural environments.
Why would
Technically
you
not
do
murder.
that?
Definitely bad. Remember how I said that a lot of these guys were tour guides? Well, let me tell you about Blade Man. Built to show off an old castle full of swords, and also was a sword. Tengu Man makes typhoons. Okay, we're at the final 3 here. We've made it. And I'd say that these 3 really hammer home the point that we should not be making sentient robots. We've got Pirate Man. Not a murder robot, but was built to do pirate things, like steal from other ships. He does look cool as hell, though. The second to last robot is not actually a terrible robot idea, but it is a testament to just how trash human beings are. Bounce Man was built to be a crash test dummy. Some asshole thought, hey, you know that thing that we throw against a wall many miles per hour every single day, multiple times a day? You know what would make that better? If it could feel pain. What? Luckily, Bounce Man bounced from that job and then became an exercise instructor. Humans are trash. Finally, we've come to number 1. Clown Man. Who has ever watched a clown and thought to themselves, boy, I wish that thing never got tired. Clown Man is terrible. And I'm not saying that clowns are terrible, okay? Clowns serve their purpose.
Says starting to think Wiley is an arsonist.
And
starting to think Wiley is
you know what? I do take that back. Clowns
That's
don't serve
fair.
a purpose. That's it. All 200 plus Mega Man Robot Masters, of which 15 are kind of okay. Elon Musk, don't get any ideas. This is what man has wrought. You will see these men in your nightmares, particularly Spring Man, jumping around. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Polygon, and maybe leave a comment about what I should take care of next. 'Cause this was bad.
Oh, thank you for the head pats. Thank you.
One of my favorite game series of all time. The myriad enemies you face in Dracula's abode are made even better, knowing that they come from real mythology and folklore. Wouldn't it be nice if there was one place you could find the full bestiary of every monster in Castlevania? I think that would be nice. Or at least I thought it would be nice. Oh, I swear to God, the first time I started filming this video, I thought it would be an easy change of pace. I mean, how many unique enemies could there really be in Castlevania? 100? 200? How about more than 600? So I booked 3 hours in this studio to film, and then we ran out of time about halfway through, so I went out to grab some lunch, but it started to rain, so I ate a chicken sandwich drenched. That has nothing to do with the video. I just wanted to know my pain. So I had to start filming all over again, this time after hours in a random meeting room in our office space. And when I finished that, I had 3.5 hours of footage that I was able to whittle down into an hour-long video that was very educational and extremely entertaining.
Composer, thank you for the bits.
It was boring as hell,
thank
but
you,
just
thank you.
when all hope seemed lost, I had an epiphany.
I am going to throw myself into the sea.
Luckily, before I could do that, my coworker stopped me and
Kobold
convinced
Jesus
me
says
that
your
trying
art
to
is amazing,
categorize
hum.
all
You
600
do great work
Castlevania
and like
monsters
keep
was
it
a
up,
bad
you
idea.
amazing
And
doggo.
instead, I could just pick the hot
I
one.
didn't
Ask
draw
yourself,
all of this.
why
I'm
are
just
vampires
editing
always
it.
the hot monster? Isn't it someone else's turn? I'm here to answer that question now
I'm
that
just
I'm
doing a
filming this
little bit
video
of
for the
editing,
third
but
time.
the,
Be thankful
the
that I'm not
original
releasing
artist,
an hour-long video of me
I had
basically
their
just
name up in chat
lecturing
a
you
while
on
ago.
mythology. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll release that
it was
video some other
Axum,
time. That was a joke.
AXSM.
I'm not
They're the original
gonna do
artist.
that.
I'm just
You're
making
gonna have to
a
trust me. It was a really
version.
bad video. So let's find Castlevania's most eligible bachelor. Let's cull down that list of over 600 enemies. We're gonna start by smushing all of the ones with common mythologies into just one enemy. So that way we don't have to deal with the 96 different skeletons. We're also gonna cut out all of the evil human beings, and that includes the Belmonts that you fight as enemies, and
The
also all of
Konami
the
Monster
vampires.
Fucker episode,
We all know that
yes.
Dracula is hot. We all know that Richter Belmont is hot. I'm also gonna go ahead and cut all of the enemies from Boku Dracula-kun, which was just a spin-off series, and Getsu Fumaden enemies, which only appeared in one stage in Castlevania Harmony of Despair. And now it's time to cut out the animals, mythical or otherwise. Look, if they're anthropomorphized, sure, but for things like Owl, that's not a monster. That's a bird. What about ephemera like will-o'-the-wisps, or inanimate objects made animate, kind of like golems or marionettes? I went back and forth on whether or not to include these, and then I realized they creep me out, so I cut them. Now I'm gonna cut out all of the gods and the god's servants and the embodiments of things like chaos and evil, because those are inherently unique. I'm gonna cull this list a little bit more, because let's be honest, vampires aren't the only monsters that have had a taste of that sexy limelight. Witches and warlocks, zombie, orc, treants, werewolf, merman, gargoyle, gremlin, ghosts, Medusa, Cyclops, Yeti, fox archer, ogres, stained glass knight from Young Sherlock Holmes, where he appeared as the first photorealistic CGI in any movie back in 1985. And finally, mummies, Brendan Fraser. Wasn't the mummy in the film, but he's sexy enough that just by association. But we've culled it down to the perfect number to figure out our sexy monster. That's right, we got 69 left. Can I get a whoop?
Nice.
Woo! We'll work on it, Clayton. Criteria for what makes a sexy monster. Number 1, is it replicable? I've already explained this, it can't be a unique monster. Anything unique can be sexy. Look at Benedict Cumberbatch. Number 2, is it dateable? Can you have a conversation with this monster? Can you bring it to Applebee's? And number 3, can this monster get it? We're gonna start with the
Of all the
viable
places,
ones that probably
why
aren't
would
the
you go
best
to
sex
Applebee's?
icons,
Applebee's
like
is
Mimic, which
terrible.
is kind of a veiny blob. The two-headed creature, part Cyclops, part werewolf, all bad. White, W-I-G-H-T, comes from the Old English term meaning human being. It's like just a blue zombie. Necromancers, I don't know, they're into weird shit. Spriggans come from Cornish fairy lore, and they are described as old wizened men with huge childlike heads, which someone's into, I'm sure. Nominon is a beast that, like, sucks the dreams out of your brains, and that's not a very supportive partner. Punaguchi is just a large protruding mouth. I don't want to know what that mouth do. The man-eating plant, the wak-wak tree, and the human face tree are all plants, so if you wanted to make the monster sexy, it's just a plant. The rug creature, you never actually see what it is, it's just always under the rug.
You don't go to
which means it's
Applebee's for
probably
the
just like a
food, you
cat.
go there
Heart
for the
eater, if you're into
$2
that.
Long Island.
Castlevania has some of the best design in any pixel art game, except for the Tower's Guardian. I don't know what the hell this is. A ghoul isn't necessarily a zombie, it is something that eats corpses, which is just gross. This one's for the sapiosexuals out there. The brain float. Alaster, you should be wary of anyone who builds their personality around swords. Elementals are just embodiments of fire and frost, just hard to cuddle with. The Legend of Zelda, it's just a person with scythes. They are also known by the name the Night Stalker, which is a big red flag. The Kioma demon hangs out in mirrors and jumps out and scares
they're
you,
good too.
and I
Hello,
don't need any
Pebble.
more reason to be afraid
Listen,
of looking at myself.
I would go to Applebee's for the
Man Beast
non-stop
comes in two
apps.
forms, Twink and Twunk.
They have good
say that eye
appetizers.
contact is important.
Especially those pretzels.
But maybe not this much.
that's
I
it.
do think we need a sexy skeleton. And the epitome of skeleton in this game is Yorick. Yorick comes from Hamlet, the famous soliloquy, "Alas, poor Yorick." In the Japanese version, he isn't called Yorick, he's called Soccer Boy. The imp is a
Soccer
mischievous
Boy.
sprite, and I was a bit worried about size differentials, but then I remembered B-Movie, where a human woman falls in love with a bee. Jerry Seinfeld taught me that through love, all things are possible. Trolls. It's time for someone to give them the love they deserve. The next monster is Evil Force, and I want you to just go ahead and wipe away all preconceived notions. Obviously, the name makes it sound bad. It also is terrible. Edimu are Mesopotamian demons that come back from the dead when they weren't buried correctly, which seems like super high maintenance. The Slaughterer apparently skips leg day. The Arthroverta, just a human face plastered
Oh,
on
I'm
the
not
top of
looking
like
for
an
the-
arthropod.
sir.
I don't know,
Looking
maybe
for
Chan-Chan or the
the
bitter fly comes from
deselect
Chile.
lasso.
It's about Mapuche wizards that turn into this thing, kind of like vampires turning into bats. It's a neat talent.
Where'd it go?
The Killer Mantle
There it
comes from an urban legend in Japan about Akamanto, which is a spirit that lives in toilets and then asks you if you want red or blue toilet paper. Red, they'll stab you in the back a bunch, and blue, they'll strangle you till you turn blue. I'm just not into toilet stuff. I mean, most of these monsters are pretty okay. They're not the most Surprise! I lulled you into a false sense of security. It's time for a mini game I like to call If I Were a Castlevania Game, What Title Would I Be? Take your birth month, and that's the first part of the title, and your birth date is the second part.
I'm Minette.
My title would be Castlevania, Sonata of the Eclipse. All of these games
Wait,
sound
go back,
the
go
same.
back.
We're halfway through the
Mine is Castlevania, Minette of Unease.
My title would be Castlevania, Sonata of the Eclipse. All of these games sound the same. We're halfway through the viable enemies. We got 35 monsters that I think are pretty good
That would be
options. We're
Minette
gonna
of
start with
Unease.
the monsters that are supposed to be sexy, so it feels kind of unfair to use them as the sexy monsters. Lorelei, Lilith, and all of the succubi. Harpies, Headhunter, Arachnes, Dryads, Rusalka, and Naiads. I'm just putting these ones all around the sides. The demons, the ones with the horns and the wings, and they're really ripped and muscular. Mothman. Everyone thinks the Mothman's pretty
Mothman.
sexy. Although this Jersey Devil depiction looks just kind of like a horse with wings, the actual Jersey Devil comes from an idea of a woman who cursed her 13th child, being like, oh God, I gotta have another baby. And then it came out and then it grew like a goat's face and wings. And I just think we need to start thinking of New Jersey in general as sexier. And this might be the way to do that. The Minotaur, you gotta work through that labyrinth, but once you get in there and find the real Minotaur, he might kill you. But he also might open up and be really
Castlevania
The
Melody
Chupacabra
and
is an impish
Dissonance.
little
That sounds so
fella,
fitting.
first
That
sighted
sounds
in
like an
Puerto
actual
Rico and is known
Castlevania
throughout
game.
lots of Latin America. His name translates to goat sucker. Do I have to explain what? The Fomorians are personifications of chaos and other evil ideas in Irish folklore, and they're these goat people, and they're ripped as hell. Lizard Man, if you don't know why I'm putting this here,
Come on.
you gotta go watch my Skyrim video. Banshee comes from Irish folklore and will foretell the death of someone you know. It's a bit spooky, it's also super emotionally available. You won't have to worry about what the Banshee is thinking, they will tell you when they're upset. And also when your parents are gonna die. Slogra doesn't have a folklore or mythology associated with it. I got nothing for you. If you're not attracted to this, you're wrong. Because the Raikuda only exists in Castlevania, it means that there's very specific artwork that you can find of it. It's very modern artwork has been made about the Raikuda, which proves it can be sexy. Dullahan is an Irish fairy that is like a headless horseman sort of character. It's also
Raikuda
another
now.
portent of death, but can you think about all the cool Spider-Man kisses you could do with that? The Jiangshi is the Qing Dynasty version of a vampire. Karamet comes out when you bang on his pot a couple times. It's a good face, right? I could talk to that thing for hours. There are so many armors in Castlevania, no one can turn down a man in uniform. or a poltergeist in uniform, or literally just an enchanted uniform. Oh, mother of pearl, I forgot about goblins. Everyone forgets about goblins though, so I'll put them over here. I also forgot about Siren. That's another thing that's sexy and draws people in. How did I skip so many of these? The guillotiner. It doesn't look like much, could be a problem, but it's time for us to bring it back. Slime. There are already things online. The Tsuchinoko is a Japanese cryptid that is a snake that is fatter in its middle than on its head or its tail.
I just don't see why it's sexy.
You don't, Patrick, you gotta understand, it's not about what you could first see, right?
I mean, but even after that, what do you see after that?
It has a propensity for lying and for drinking alcohol. Patrick thinks it shouldn't be this high on the list, but fuck Patrick. We're at the top 5, but before we get there, I have a confession to make. I've kept 6 monsters that don't even fit my criteria, but I love them so much that I think they deserve a chance. First up is a unique character. It's Nurgle Mislamsty. The reason I think he deserves a chance is because someone named him Nurgle Mislamsty. Of course he's gonna be fucking evil. If you name your child... What's up with people in Castlevania naming their children dumb shit? Seriously, Alucard? Dracula, you can't just name your child your name backwards. I'm not gonna name my son Nairb. Scary Candle. It's an inanimate object that is made animate, but I fucking love candles. Next 2, I think are pretty self-explanatory. Bone Pillar, and if that doesn't make you happy, how about the Bone Dragon? This next one is a ghost, and I've already explained why that one shouldn't be included in this, but I had to because the ghost's name is Duke Mirage. And if someone comes up and introduces themselves to me as Duke Mirage, my pants are already off. Finally, I know I nixed all animals, but I really do think we should include Hyena with Gun. That hyena can get it. We're at the top 5. The Malabranca come from Dante's Divine Comedy. They're all unique demons that are used to help keep corrupt politicians under boiling pits of tar in hell. They all have great names like Cognazzo and Scarmiglione, which was translated into the English version as Skull Million, which is just a SoundCloud rapper. They're already mischievous, and they hate corrupt politicians. We can get behind that. The Myconid is a sentient race of mushroom people.
Why did my mic mute again? I did not press the mic mute button.
Why not anthropomorphized fungi? When I was a kid, my mom thought that I had a nutritional deficit because
I did not press my mute button. Why did it mute?
Much, like that I ate only mushrooms for like a whole week. That has nothing to do with this. I know I took out all of the werewolf creatures, but this one isn't that. This is the Princess of Moss. The human version is based off of Let Them Eat Cake. Marie Antoinette. I think we should have more moth creatures in our movies, right? It's
Hyena with a gun has the same energy as Rocco with a Clocko.
It's an Ukobak. Why is this the second sexiest monster from Castlevania? I'll tell you why. He carries around a hot thing of coals in a spoon and is also responsible not only for fried foods, but fireworks. Hell yes! What a cool dude! I think Ukobaks could be real sexy, right? What is more sexy than feeding someone with a lovely fried dish? And finally, the thing that I think should be the new sexy monster, the Mandrake, or the Allura Une. Basically, any sort of plant person. Allura Une actually comes from a 1911 book called Alraune. It's a German story. I just think that this kind of gives you a blank slate on something. Sure, this thing is born from the ground where hanged men bleed, which is spooky and scary, but it's not their fault, right? You know, they didn't choose to be born. Who does choose to be born, right? Who chooses? The metaphors of how our family raises us, you know? The Mandrake is a perfect idea of something that can become greater than its original circumstances. So there you go. The full bestiary of the sexy monsters. Again, couldn't give you the full bestiary because that took me way too long. And if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go throw myself into the ocean now.
No, BDG, come back. Don't go into the ocean.
Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Polygon if you want to see more Unraveled, and go ahead and leave a comment of your new Castlevania title. Maybe that'll convince them to make a new game. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, a game that takes heroic and villainous characters and forces them to form fraternal bonds in the crucible of battle. Because for those who can superbly smash, there is no better place to make a friend than on the battlefield. That's the battlefield? Seriously? How did they get permits for that? That's irresponsible. Hi, I'm Brian David Gilbert, safety fan and bureaucratic wunderkind. Please address me as such. And I've spent the last week and a half poring over the regulations of the United States Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA. I'm here to hold Super Smash Bros. To account, because when you take 70+ beloved characters and force them to fight for our entertainment, the least you can do is make sure the buildings are up to code. So let's go ahead and find every OSHA violation in every stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. First, let's explain the process. We have to start by choosing the correct regulations, and unfortunately there isn't an OSHA guide to blood sport, so we're gonna just go with construction, Form 1926, because that's close enough. The main thing to point out here is 1926.10 subsection A. I'll read an excerpt for you so you can understand the basic concept of this video, and also the hellscape I had to slog through the past week. No contractor or subcontractor contracting for any part of the contract work, that's a real line, shall require any laborer or mechanic employed in the performance of the contract to work in surroundings or under working conditions which are unsanitary, hazardous, or dangerous. Basically, we're here to build a safer experience for these characters, because when you walk into an unknown space, I want the first question on your mind to be, am I safe to smash? There are roughly 350 regulations in Form 1926. How many pages is that? About 684. Don't worry, this is just a visual aid. They're all blank. I wouldn't waste paper like that. Most of these regulations are irrelevant, but I still had to read all 684 pages in order to know which ones to cut. Which reminds me, this video idea came from commenter nshady16. So if you have an unraveled idea, why don't you go ahead and leave me a comment? And thanks, nshady16, for making me read 684 pages of OSHA regulations, you piece of garbage! So I cut out all of the regulations that were just definitions, unrelated to stages, non-mandatory, redundant, or about personnel safety, because again, we're not talking about hard hats, we're talking about the stages themselves. Unfortunately, this also meant I had to cut the entirety of subsection R, steel erection. So there goes like 80% of the jokes in this video. Out of those 350 regulations, we're left with 46 that actually relate to Smash Bros. Stages. And again, we're just using the 103 stages that you get when you boot up Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And any secret stages that pop up later, that's probably just an underground fighting ring, which is a different form of illegality. I'm gonna explain all of these OSHA violations as we go along, but I just want you to keep in mind that there is a maximum penalty of $12,934 per OSHA violation. We'll get into that later. Let's get these OSHA violations on the board. Bam! That's all the OSHA regulations we'll be discussing today. Let's start with the codes that pretty much every stage violates. General safety and health provisions. I threw these three here because they're just dangerous in general and they don't have that many other specific violations. Safety training and education. Seems like most of these people don't have safety training, especially in Moray Towers where they literally shoot guns at you as you fly into the stage. Recording and reporting of injuries. We Fit Studio is a gym, and so I would expect it to have paperwork if one of the gym members gets injured. Unfortunately, all of the gym members get injured. Means of egress. In most places, you have to have exit signs. And also, you have to have exits that don't involve plummeting to your death. Employee emergency action plans. It's very important to have an emergency action plan, especially if that emergency action plan is for if a mountaintop breaks off and slides into the ocean. Look at this polar bear. He has no fucking clue what's going on. Accident prevention, signs and tags. Just put one wet floor sign anywhere and I'll let it slide, okay? Duty to have fall protection. I mean, there's no fall protection. How hard is it to put a harness on someone? General requirements for stairways and ladders. Anything above 19 inches of elevation needs a staircase or a ladder. Not everyone can double jump. Sanitation. Most of sanitation deals with potable versus non-potable water, but a lot of it also deals with toilets, and I have yet to find a Smash Brothers stage that includes a restroom. And I need to know where Donkey Kong pees. So those ones pretty much everyone gets wrong, which means that we're at about 900 violations already. Yikes. I feel a bit bad hitting all of these stages so hard, so I'll be a bit lenient for 1926.50, medical services and first aid. You have to provide first aid if someone has been hurt, and I'll just let the Max Tomato fulfill that requirement. 451 states that you can't be using unstable objects as scaff. I'm gonna call all of these scaff because there's no OSHA guideline for levitating floors. Jumping on an awning causes it to break in on it. That's totally irresponsible. 452 states that you need to have cross-bracing. Congo Falls has so many things that aren't cross-braced. 453 is all about aerial lifts. You need to stand firmly on the ground while it is moving. Stop jumping! Housekeeping. You gotta clean out the debris. I don't care that you got a big dog running around behind you. Put the blocks away. That's debris. Put your toys away, honey. Occupational noise exposure. I'm ignoring the fact that they're fighting on top of a jet, and instead thinking about how loud those jets are. Pop some earplugs in. Gases, vapors, fumes, dusts, and mists. All of these stages have clouds that you can stand on, which means they're incredibly dense. I don't care what it's made of, you shouldn't be breathing that in. Illumination. Those torches don't do anything. I'm gonna trip and stub my toe. Ventilation. A lot of these stages need more airflow, better ventilation, but in PictoChat 2, there is too much ventilation in the form of this man, who blows air. Who hired this man? I don't want him on my job site. Hazardous waste operations and emergency response. In Flat Zone X, someone spills oil and then just leaves it there. 1926.150, 151, 152, and 154 are all about fire protection. Most of these regulations are pretty self-explanatory. You need to have a fire extinguisher. It needs to be readily available. You can't have ignition hazards hanging around. You can't store more than 25 gallons of a flammable liquid in one place. By the way, I'm including magma as a flammable liquid. I know they mean petroleum substances, but I think that's just a lack of imagination on OSHA's part. But 154 is all about temporary heating devices and how they shouldn't be kept in enclosed spaces, kind of like the Charmander at the top of Saffron City. The general requirements of electrical equipment. They should be kept free from hazards that could cause death or harm to employees. The large airships flying around you in these stages are not only electrical equipment, but they are designed to harm and kill you. Violation. Specific purpose equipment and installations. This is all about elevators and escalators. WarioWare Inc. is one big elevator. You don't need me to tell you it's broken. Helicopters. Is a Shy Guy a helicopter? I think so. You're not supposed to be working underneath hovering craft, even if they're bringing you fruit. Conveyors. That includes the stages that move back and forth, and also all of the scrolling stages, which are the fastest way to die in Super Smash Bros. Tools and material shall be secured to prevent movement. Don't move equipment unless it's safe. They're on a live racetrack. All of the things are moving. Marine operations and equipment. You have to have a life ring on a barge, and you have to provide a walkway between wharfs and boats. Paper Mario dissolves into a boat, but that doesn't count as a walkway, and there is not a single life ring at the Donkey Kong residence. I don't care how good you are at surfing, Donkey Kong. Underground construction. If you're working underground, you're required to have a 5-person rescue team on call, and although Super Smash Bros. Ultimate does allow up to 8 players, none of them will save you. Working on or near exposed energized parts. Does a Pokemon count as an energized circuit? According to OSHA, yes. 1926.1052 is all about stairways. If you have a stairway that rises more than 40 inches, you need to have a handrail. I imagine that Mario is about 40 inches tall, and this is at least 4 or 5 times his height. violation, 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 violation. Confined spaces. These are places where you are building where it's hard to get in and out of. You need to specify the acceptable entry conditions. There are no acceptable entry conditions into a space with a pit full of acid. Disposal of waste materials. If you are dropping waste
I don't
materials
know
more
who
than
this
25
person is, but I like their
you need to be
videos. This
putting
is
it in a
Brian
sheet clock
David
tower.
Gilbert.
It is all debris
They're
that
amazing.
is falling infinitely.
You should
and it
definitely
be
look
in a
them up.
chute.
Check out their
850
other
is about
videos.
preparing the demolition building. You're supposed to remove any glass that could break. And in Dracula's castle, Death flies through the window and breaks the glass. I couldn't give a shit about Death. You should have removed that stained glass first. 853, you can't have an aggregate of more than 25% of a floor destroyed. And in Find Me, he destroys half of the stage. The manual removal of floors. You can destroy a lot of things in Shadow Moses Island, but you shouldn't be standing under them. Tower cranes. There is only one stage that violates this. It's literally the only stage with a tower crane, and you fucked it up. Explosives should be stored in a magazine when they're not in use. And in Wrecking Crew, they're just available for you to punch until they explode. Firing the blast. You shouldn't be in the proximity of the blast, nor should you be in the barrel that is causing the blast and shooting you off into space. 1926.53 and 54 are about different types of radiation. Ionizing, which is nuclear, and non-ionizing, which is like lasers. Final Destination is just flying around through random parts of space. There's no protection. You should be less worried about getting punched into oblivion and more worried about the cancers. In Gamer, your mom fires lasers at you when she sees you gaming. I'm not here to discuss her qualifications, but you are not allowed to fire those lasers at employees. Just let me game, Mom. Ladders.
Yeah, Mom.
Suzaku Castle? You thought you could get away with that shitty-ass ladder? Those ladder rungs need to be uniform. They need to be evenly spaced. They need to not be broken. I know that ladder is there for aesthetic purposes, but that is a violation, Suzaku Castle! You cannot hide your ladders from me! That leaves us with one stage, the one that has violated the most regulations. But I want to point out Boxing Ring, the only stage that is OSHA compliant. It's almost as if it was built to allow people to fight in it safely. Sakurai, I know you worked so hard on this game, and I appreciate it so much, but you could have stopped at just one stage. You should have stopped at just one stage. Finally, weighing in at 23 OSHA violations, it's 75 meters. I'm not 100% sure if this had so many violations just because it is a construction site, so it was easier for me to find all of the flaws with it. Obviously, Brinstar is probably more dangerous, but I don't know how to categorize Mother Brain. The thing that pushed it over the edge was material hoists, personnel hoists, and elevators. They need to be enclosed at all times. People can just jump on and off of these material hoists over there. That's so irresponsible. There's fire. There are jacks that get thrown across the stage. There is a large ape. Again, I could not categorize that, but I know he shouldn't have been there. 75 meters is the most OSHA violating stage in Smash Brothers. And if you have to get rid of one of them, that's the one you should get rid of first, and then you should get rid of the rest of them too, because again, OSHA does not stop after one stage. Let's remember back to the beginning of this video when I talked about violation penalties. I mentioned that every serious violation of OSHA is $12,934 in fines. I forgot to mention that every repeated or willful violation is $129,336 per violation. I am going to pretend that I found all of these violations on the same day, and that they didn't have a chance to fix them all, so therefore they are not repeated. But that's still 1,317 violations, or $17,034,078 in fines. Which is why I am sending you this video, Masahiro Sakurai. Surely you can't afford $17 million in fines. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. OSHA doesn't need to hear about all this evidence I've compiled. All you must do is send me $50 US. I'm in a real tough situation right now and I just need to get through the month. Please. Also, you could send me Kirby's phone number. I know he is real. Where are you hiding him? And I have yet to see a Super Smash Bros. Stage that includes a toilet. And I need to see where Donkey Kong pees. And I need to know where Donkey Kong pees. God, I was so close. And I need to know where Donkey Kong pees. Sorry, this is... Ah! Should old acquaintance be forgot and all that jazz? That's right, friends, it's Game of the Year season, which means it's time for us to hop on those message boards, chat about our favorite games, and tear out each other's throats when someone expresses an opinion that is slightly different from our own. By this point, pretty much every gaming publication has announced their Game of the Year, which means that
how shall
I'm a
I
bit
make
late.
this mouth look?
Anything that I say is just a drop in the ocean of discourse. No one wants to hear my opinion, which is why I am not expressing an opinion, I am stating a fact. That's right, I have devised a statistical, analytical, number-crunching formula that will scientifically prove the Game of the Year. They said it couldn't be done. A bias-free formula to calculate the Game of the Year? That's a fool's errand, Brian. You are a fool. They called me a fool, but do I look like a fool to you? I've done it. And with the knowledge I've found, I can go ahead and assuage any arguments you might have with your friends. There is nothing to debate anymore. There is only the truth, that the best Game of the Year is hidden somewhere in these spreadsheets. I'm gonna be honest with you, there are a lot of numbers, and I haven't had the time to do them all just yet. But it's only December 14th. This video is set to go up on the 30th, which means I still have about 2 weeks for new games to come in before I can really call which game is the Game of the Year. But I've at least finished the formula, and I've tested it on a few to make sure it runs correctly, and everyone knows that you can't get full credit unless you show your work. So let me show you how I made it. First thing you gotta do when you're making a GOTY formula is find your list of games, and obviously we're going to have to choose every single game that was released this year in order for us to say that it is scientifically accurate. So if we just go ahead and take a look at Steam and see how many were released since January 1st, that's over 15,000. You can't make me do that legally. That's not in my contract, right? They can't legally make me do that. Look, as much as video game reviews can be an imperfect reflection of the person who is writing them, they are still a pretty solid baseline for which video games mattered in our culture. Even if a review is bad, it still means it was good enough for someone to spend time on.
So far, it's Elden Ring.
I went to Metacritic and I took all of the games that were rated 80 or above, and at the time of writing this script, that was 181 games. So I'm gonna do the formula for all of those. Some of these games were DLCs or re-releases onto new platforms. The Switch alone resurrected about a dozen candidates from past years. But since they were released this year, they are still technically in the running. Fight me. Now that we have the list, it's time to make the formula. And it might surprise you to hear this, but I have not been in a pure mathematics class in about 5 years. So I reached out to some scientists. And then none of them got back to me. So I called my old roommate.
Hey, I'm Nicholas. I'm a graduate student studying exoplanet atmospheres.
Nick is working toward a PhD at MIT, and though I was a bit worried about reaching out to him since his specialization is in astrophysics and not stats about video games, he assuaged all my fears.
Would you say you are a math expert?
No.
We chatted for about a half an hour, diving deep into the scientific method and the selfless goals of discovery.
If I invent a unit, can I trademark it?
I think your final score should be like in Gilbert's or whatever.
Okay.
And we finished our chat with the reassurance that this formula was not only going to help the gaming community, but the scientific community at large.
Do you think if I wrote this up, I could get it published in like Nature?
No.
So where do we go from here, now that we have been scientifically rejuvenated? It's time to build the criteria. What specifically makes a Game of the Year? Number 1, what is the game worth? We're not just talking about monetary worth, we're also talking about the amount of enjoyment you get while playing the game. Number 2, how them graphics? We're trying to find specific numbers associated with these games.
Graphics?
Graphics is just a bunch of numbers anyway, so this will be a useful part. Number 3, how did it affect the cultural miasma? Look, it's all about those Google results. How many people are talking about the game? And most importantly, is the game art? I've figured it out. which means that no one has to write any more goddamn think pieces about this topic ever again. Given these 4 criteria, I sat down with Tara Long, former bioinformatics researcher and also my current boss. She and I figured out a formula that will end up with a numerical value that will tell us the game of the year. The higher the number, the better the game. We'll start with game worth. Now, it's hard for us to find how worth it a game is to play from a numerical standpoint, but if you take Metacritic's score as a percentage of the game you enjoy, and you multiply that by the average amount of minutes each playthrough takes, using stats from howlongtobeat.com, then you end up with a number of minutes you have spent enjoying said game. Now, to tie in material worth, we want to go ahead and take in the original listed price of the game and divide it by this number, so that way we can end up with a DPM, dollars per minute enjoyed. Now, it's hard to decide if you want a high or a low DPM, because some people want the most bang for their buck, while others are willing to spend a little bit more for a really well-enjoyed minute. But just to standardize this, I'm gonna assume lower is better. That means you've paid less per minute you've enjoyed, and that way I can use it to divide literally the rest of the equation. How about them graphics? In the past few years, people have cared less and less about how many polygons you've got on the screen and more about the style. But one thing that hasn't changed is frame rate. People want the most frames per second. So factually, the more frames, the better. That means we're gonna go ahead and take the highest frame rate available in the game, and we're gonna multiply that by the seconds of average playthrough, again from howlongtobeat.com. And that will give us the amount of frames per game. The game frames main frame. But how many frames does a gamer game in the game frame main frame? That's a good question. Now, if you go ahead and you take your frames per game and you divide it by the number of gamers, I'm talking about however many copies have been sold or however many number of downloads there have been.
This is my problem
with frames per game per
before
game.
too. I wasn't sure how the perspective on
this
mouth should go.
Because if you have 200,000 frames per game and you have 200,000 gamers, that's 200,000 gamers that have only had 1 frame per game per gamer. And that is no good, is it? Is it? I'm a little confused now. We're gonna take frames per game per gamer and we're gonna put it on the top of this equation because we want it to be the biggest number possible. And now it's time for cultural relevancy. We want our games of the year to be big and brash and bold and boisterous, letting people outside of the gaming world know, hey, this is a thing. So how do we judge a game's effect on the world at large? Well, we go ahead and we take all of the Google results that come up when you search the game's full name and the word game. But that's not everything, right? That's just the bare minimum. It's like saying this dude's bad haircut is important just because a lot of people are talking about it, which I know isn't true from personal experience. So I went on Twitter and I asked you lovely folks what descriptors you expect to see in descriptions of games of the year, and you gave me a lot. So I went ahead and I plugged all those into Google's advanced search along with the game's name, and I took those results and I multiplied it by the base Google search, and I got very big numbers. But don't worry, we're gonna bring these numbers down to size, because some of the descriptions you sent in were actually pretty negative descriptions of games. So I did a Google search using those descriptions, and then I multiplied those results by 1 plus the number of Funko Pops made of characters in the game, which is objectively a terrible thing. Now this is gonna leave you with BCE, or your base cultural effect, and we're gonna multiply that by our FPGPG in order to get a pretty big number. But before we're done with cultural effect, I want you to ask yourself,
this formula is so
at large?
complicated.
Does this go outside of our gaming bubble? There's really only one way to tell that, and that's by using the mom variable, which stands for my own mother. So I called my own mother for help.
Hello, Brian. I'm a follower and a subscriber as well as your mother.
That's very good to hear. You support me so well, and I appreciate that. I should ask you, Mom, would you consider yourself a gamer?
When I play Mario Kart with
Mario
grandchildren
Kart
and things like that, I always go off the road.
But on purpose to let them feel better.
Very similar to my real life driving skills, I find.
I have a list of 181 video games. I know that's a lot. I'm basically gonna run through this, and I'm gonna ask you if you have heard of this game. Red Dead Redemption 2.
No.
God of War.
Yes, I have heard of that.
Okay.
While subjecting my mom to a litany of 2018's best games, it became clear that she was very interested in the topic.
We're only 57 in, so we still got another 130 to go. So
I can't tell you what an exciting time this is for me.
Now you get a taste of what it's like to do my job.
I tell you what, this is a lot of research into things that really have very little meaning.
Oh, savage.
It is.
So once I'd asked my mom about all of the games from the Game of the Year list, I was able to throw it into a Boolean function. If mom knows game equals true, then that's a +1 here. And then I could raise our base cultural effect to the power of mom. So if she doesn't know it, that's just to the power of 1. If she does, that's to the power of 2. Finally, it's time for our fourth and perhaps most important criteria. Is this game art? And when you start asking if something is art, then you really end up asking, why should we even be defining what is and isn't art? And the only thing worse than the discourse about our game's art is the discourse about the discourse of our game's art. Look, art is experiential, and that's a beautiful thing that should be allowed to flourish without having some pseudo-scientific proof of greatness thrust upon it, which is why I'm not proving greatness. Instead, this part of the formula is so revolutionary because I am proving art. So let's go ahead and throw this into... Shit, I ran out of space. You know what, this part wasn't that important. We're just gonna cut it. This big Godey equation ends up with very large numbers, which would be too hard to show all of. So I needed to make a new unit, something I could reduce them all down to. I plugged in my favorite game of the year, Celeste, and I used that to be our new baseline. Celeste equals 1 BDG, or big determinant of game. Everything else will be reduced down using Celeste's score to a scale of
You can't hear
BDGs.
that dog barking,
That's
can
it.
you?
That's the entire
My
formula.
neighbor's dog.
And if
is
you'll
barking
excuse
up a
me,
storm.
I have to go do my dark bidding on these spreadsheets, and I will come back to you right now. December 30th. New Year is at our doorstep. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's 2019. Come on in. Hope you're not as big of an asshole as the past few of your friends. I spent the past 2 weeks crunching the numbers,
Only doggy hears
and
me.
it is my
Oh, good.
honor to announce that 2018's scientifically calculated Game of the Year with 19 trillion BDGs is Fortnite. That can't be the right number. No, that's right. You remember when Pluto stopped being a planet and the scientists were like, hey, that's just what the definitions say. And we were like, hey, scientists, maybe your definitions are busted. Well, maybe my formula is busted.
I'm
The fact
sorry,
that
I'm
God of
sorry,
War
Jim,
got
but it's been
2.1
scientifically
million
proven
BDGs and Red
Fortnite
Dead
is the
Redemption
game
2
of the
got
year.
0.1 BDG? Maybe I shouldn't have made my mom's knowledge of the game an exponential factor.
You know Tetris. You would really like this Tetris.
Dun, 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 dun,
No, I
dun.
stand by that decision. Let's be honest. The stats I was using definitely favored cultural importance, and Fortnite's cultural effect was orders of magnitude larger than any other game this year. And though I've never played Fortnite, which proves my lack of bias and also that I'm professionally irresponsible, there can be no denying that it has made a lasting impact outside of the video game world. It's the only non-series game that my mom knew about. And regardless of how you feel about Fortnite, it drew together a collection of people that might not have otherwise connected, and that is a valuable thing. And even when your Uncle Devin comes up to you at the holiday get-together and says, hey, Brian, what in the heck is this Fortnite thing? It gives you a common ground to chat, and you really haven't chatted with Uncle Devin in a while. You should call him more often. He wants to show you his Civil War books and his collection of swords. But if you're upset and you didn't immediately close this YouTube tab to send me an angry tweet, I've got an extra little gift for you. It's a new formula. Godey equals X times 1 quadrillion, and X equals your favorite game of this year. Now you can go ahead and tell your friends that Brian scientifically proved that my favorite game is the game of the year, and then you can share them this link, and then they won't click on it because it's a 15-minute video, so your secret is safe with me. And to be honest, your favorite game deserves it, because if you liked it enough to call it your game of the year, then it must be pretty meaningful to you.
I feel slightly called out.
So congratulations,
Uncle
Fortnite.
Devin,
And
who's
congratulations, your favorite game. Here's hoping 2019 is full of wonderful games and even more wonderful experiences.
But he's got a sword
Happy New
collection.
Year.
You don't want to see a sword collection?
Oh my god, that is so hot! Oh my god! It was supposed to be prop water, Pat! Oh, I probably just ruined this mic too. Jesus, Pat, I told you it was prop water. God! I'm okay.
Does enthusiasm count or anything like that? It should just be, or just be just bare bones.
Mom, to
just
be
give you
honest,
my reaction.
I don't think you can do this not enthusiastically, so you're gonna be fine.
Sonic the Hedgehog has been enjoying a bit of a resurgence as of late because of his upcoming feature film, which is great because you go,
Oh, I forgot to
those
color
legs
this in.
are way too human. Those legs are, oh my god, those legs look like I could have those legs. Please don't show that to me anymore. Please get it out of here. Stop. This new Sonic has a lot of fans crying heresy. Sonic should be that cute blue cartoon hedgehog that's gotta go fast, and that's all he's gotta do. But what if I told you that this was not the only blasphemous version of Sonic? What if I told you that nearly every single piece of Sonic media was heretical? I hold in my hand 13 pages that prove just that. Before I hop into the deep end, I need to explain a little bit about Sega, these 13 pages, and how Sonic was made. You see, Sega was in a real tough spot in the early 90s as it tried to compete with Nintendo and the overwhelmingly successful Mario. So they worked internally to create a new mascot, not just for a game, but for the company as a whole. Naoto Oshima created Mr. Needlemouse, a teal hedgehog with red
Mr.
sneakers, and then he worked with
Needlemouse.
Yuji
They should have
Naka
kept
to
that
create
name.
a game around this wonderful creature. A few tweaks, and Sonic the Hedgehog was born. Or at least one version of Sonic was born. You see, Sega wasn't just fighting with Nintendo, it was also fighting with itself. Sega of America and Sega of Japan had a lot of tension between them, and they didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, especially when it came to Sonic. The original version of Sonic was a bit more punk rock and had a girlfriend, a real-life human girlfriend named Madonna. And we all know that Sega would never make Sonic kiss a real human woman. So Sega of America started to iron things out a little bit, make Sonic a bit more family-friendly, more marketable. Madeline Schroeder, the self-described mother of Sonic, wrote out this 13-page Bible that set out Sonic's true origins. These 13 pages went on to become the true Sonic, the Sonic we all know and love, right? Nope! This Bible has had very little bearing on the series as a whole. But here's the thing, friends. It should have a lot of bearing on the series as a whole. And I am willing to wield this Bible as a paladin wields a holy sword so that I might excise sin out from the Sonic canon! I'm sorry, that was a lot. I was a bit too intense I'm gonna tone it down a little bit. Folks, we're about to engage in a friendly session of biblical literalism. Now, I'm not one to advocate taking a written account as the pure truth and nothing but for Sonic, I'm willing to bend my values a little bit. We're about to take everything written in these 13 pages as gospel, and anything that deviates from the facts therein as sacrilege. Let's get sonically fundamental. I'm not gonna read this
that looks a
Bible
lot
in
better.
its entirety. You can
That
read it
last
online
curve
if you'd
I did
like,
there,
but
that
I
looks
am
a
going
lot,
to read the first paragraph in full
better,
because I
I
think it's
think.
important for you to understand what we're dealing with. Sonny Hedgehog was born on Earth in the early 21st century, in the town of Hardley, Nebraska, population 1,226. From the first line alone, we already know that 1. Sonic's birth name is actually Sonny, 2. He is a real hedgehog that was born circa 2000, and 3. He's a Midwestern boy. He and his mother and 5 sisters live underneath a scraggly hedge beside the local burger joint and subsist on burger scraps, milkshakes, and the occasional slug or bug that crawls their way. They are a poor but happy family. From these lines, we know that 4. Sonic's family lives in an actual hedge, which is I guess why they're called hedgehogs, and 5. They have a very similar diet to me. Unfortunately, Sonny's dad died when Sonny was just a few days old after falling into a gurgling, festering vat of toxic waste dumped in a nearby pond. What? Sonic, the lighthearted hedgehog we all know and love, never knew his father because he was reduced to sludge thanks to corporate pollution. There are 30 key tenets in the Sonic Bible, and I'm just gonna go ahead and list them off real quick. I'm sure that wherever he is terribly good eyesight around the local bowling alley. Sonny was on the uneven delta mustachioed. I'm using it
Should that be longer though? I feel like that needs to be
running
longer.
most of his From now on, my name is Sonic. Then on the half-eaten egg, it didn't last long. the 30 tenets of the Sonic the Hedgehog Bible. Look at them up there. Beautiful. Practically glowing with potential energy. The potential energy I shall release into a holy flame so that I might burn out the blasphemy from Sonic's modern iteration!
I think we should probably just take a couple minutes just like...
Okay.
Do you need water or anything?
Water, yeah, I think that'd be good. Now, most of these are not found in most of the iterations of Sonic, but there are 3 that specifically decanonize every game in the Sonic franchise. Let's talk about them. Number 18. There are 7 Chaos Emeralds, 1 is a stabilizer. You might have heard me say the name Kintobor. He turns into Dr. Robotnik after he is fused with the powers of the Chaos Emeralds and a hard-boiled egg. Not a joke, but he was originally looking for the Chaos Emeralds, so that way he could bundle them up and then launch them into space, thus reversing all pollution on the planet Earth. The reason for this is because the Chaos Emeralds contain a microlytic copy of all the inert energy of every gross and disgusting impulse or deed done by humans since the beginning of time. Ignoring that microlytic is the name of a company and not an actual scientific term, this seems to state that the Chaos Emeralds are just a crystalline form of every gross impulse. Every time you pick your nose instead of using a tissue, that's in the emerald. Every time you wear your underwear 5 times in a week because you think it doesn't smell that bad, that's in the emerald. Every time you go 3 days without shampooing, I get it. Look, sometimes, you know, the shampoo has sulfates and that can damage your hair. We all have different scalps. But that's in the emeralds too! Most of the games just state the Chaos Emeralds are an incredible source of power, something that will help you take over the world or become supersonic. They don't ever mention that they're essentially just garbage diamonds. Had Sega included one piece of flavor text, like, "You got a Chaos Emerald. You should probably go wash your hands now," then it would have been fine. But they didn't. Number 21. Kintobor was a father figure. Just as a reminder, Sonic's dad died in a vat of toxic waste, which is why it meant so much when Kintobor offered him an assistantship. Sonny was thrilled at the prospect, because although Sonny had never known his father, Kintobor reminded him of the kind face in the photograph. Heartbreaking. Can you imagine the drama in this? Sega, you keep trying to do these gritty reboots of Sonic. Sonic plus gun. Sonic plus getting kissed by a human woman. You don't need all that. It's all right here. You are literally pitting Sonic, a hedgehog without a father, against the man who became his father figure and then turned evil.
Pissed Green Link says, I wonder if Sega ever explained where the 7th Emerald came from when the first game only had 6.
Sonic doesn't think of Robotnik
Did
as
the
a father
first game
figure.
really only have 6?
And to that I say bullshit! I have never seen him cry after defeating Robotnik. I have never seen him hold the lifeless body of his father figure and say, I am sorry. It had to turn out like this. I am sorry. Let Sonic cry over the loss of what could have been, Sega, you cowards. And finally, the third and most important tenet that destroys the entirety of the Sonic canon.
I really need to get
Number
better
11.
at, like,
Sonic
my
has quilters.
layers.
Have you ever seen Sonic in a quilting circle? Because he should be there. While making the rounds for juicy tidbits and gossip, he would drop in on the ladies of the local quilting circle to offer a convenient pin or needle from his ample portable supply. Where is my Sonic game with a quilting circle? Sonic CD, shitty. Sonic Mania, trash. Sonic Hedgehog 2, more like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, much of a dunce, to include the quilting circle that is so integral to Sonic's backstory. And with that, we have decanonized the entirety of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. But from this scorched earth can bloom a mighty flower, the true Sonic the Hedgehog. What would that video game look like? What are the ramifications?
Yeah, that I
of
like.
Sonic the Hedgehog
I like the shape
based on the
of that jaw. It just needs to
Sonic
be
the Hedgehog Bible. Let's go through this
a
piece
little
by
bit
piece.
longer.
We start the game with a legitimate hedgehog who lives in a hedge, and his name is Sunny, and it's 2019, and he's got brown quills, and they won't become blue until he gets faster, and he eats food that is similar to the food that I eat. He lives in Hardley, Nebraska, which is where the entire game is set, so you better get ready for running in lots of cornfields. His eyesight's not so good, but it's okay because he'll get rec specs, since he is able to read but is also on the track team, so the entire game is actually just running in track meets in the middle of a cornfield. When he's not running track, he's at the bowling alley, or the playground, or the quilting circle, doing normal hedgehog things. The problem is that his town has so much pollution, which is how his dad died, and it's also why Kintobor, now Robotnik, the trim-kindly scientist who gave Sonic his new nickname and the ability to speak the human tongue, was trying to solve with his new physics theories and his machines and all of those terrible, gross 7 Chaos Emeralds before he became evil and also a bit of an egg. This is especially rough because Kintobor, before he became Robotnik, would feed Sonic really good food and was basically a father figure to him. Also, Sonic is good at computer science. So the game is basically an evil polluting scientist being taken down by a Midwestern teenage hedgehog track star with daddy issues, so it's basically if the CW rebooted Sonic. Reach out to me, CW. I will license this. But I haven't used all 30 of these tenets. See, there are 4 of them that, to be perfectly honest, shouldn't be possible. And beyond that, they are impossible to put into a game. I've hit a bit of a roadblock. Number 7 shows Sonic's dead father winking at him through a picture on the wall, which proves the existence of an afterlife in the Sonic universe. Number 15 shows that Sonic is able to hibernate below delta waves, and those are the slowest possible brain waves, about 0.5 hertz. To go below them, Sonic would have probably died, and yet he is resurrected and lives again. And number 24, Sonic is shown to run at the speed of light, and if the rules of relativity are to be believed, that means his mass would have to infinitely expand, and he would need infinite energy to do this, and that would destroy the world, and yet he is able to do that without harming himself or those around him. Number 30 is actually within the Bible itself. It states, but like most peaceful times in the 21st century, it didn't last long. This Bible was written in 1991, 9 years before the 21st century, and yet it prophesied our challenging political landscape. These 4 pieces of information are not purely canonical information, they are divine miracles, so of course I could not put them into a game. They could only fit in a religion. So I went on a WikiHow, the foremost explainer of how to do things, and I knew somewhere hidden in their beautiful imagery would be the way that I could spread the word of Sonic to the masses. And before you get upset with me saying, Brian, aren't you just starting a cult? Look at this question answered by Cute Girl Core. Technically speaking, religions and cults are the same thing. So I have formed my religion around Sonic the Hedgehog, and guess what? I have a confession. I've never played a Sonic game. Never in my life. I only tell you this now because you've already made it this far into the video, and the sunk cost fallacy states that if you feel like you've invested something, you're gonna see it through to the end. But it's okay that I haven't played a Sonic game because that means
And hey, 2 thumbs way up.
The false Sonic.
Medicinal Bear, welcome to the house. Thank you so much for
Of the
following.
Sonic franchise could see
How
as
are you
clearly
today?
as I, because if a hedgehog could commune with the dead, be resurrected, run with infinite energy, and have his gospel prophesy the future, then either Sonic is a god or could kill God, and I do not care if there is a difference! Hello, friends. I'd like to take a moment now and apologize for my recent outburst. I've taken some time and cooled down since the filming of this video, and though I suppose I could have just not uploaded it to YouTube, I decided it would serve well as a cautionary tale. You see, taking lore to be purely literal, whether that's for a video game or backstory for a TV show, is a dangerous rabbit hole that can often lead to anger. Biblical literalism is just an early form of fandom. Sometimes you gotta be a little bit more lenient, because sometimes the Bible was written to make a character more marketable to kids in the 90s. So let's learn from this example, and make sure to take new additions to our favorite things in stride, even if it's these legs. I'm sorry, I can't in good conscience agree with that. I do not agree with those legs. I'm sorry. I could, if you spray painted my legs blue, I could cosplay as this Sonic. Do you think I should do that? Do you think I should spray paint my legs blue for a Sonic cosplay? just half down Sonic. I'm not gonna do anything else to my body, just... What are the ramifications of a Sonic the Hedgehog game based on the Bible? Kingdom Hearts 3 is finally here, and I have received an excessive amount of requests to explain the storyline. That seems perfectly reasonable. You want to be caught up before you hop into the 3rd game. But judging by the wording on a few of these requests, it seems like I have a tall task ahead of me. But could I possibly help you understand the gargantuan, magnificent, epic storyline of Kingdom Hearts. You sweet summer child, you babe swaddled in the cashmere blanket of ignorance, you ask too little of me. Because not only can I help you understand Kingdom Hearts, but I will give you the tools necessary to understand any story you are ever faced with for the rest of your life.
Oops. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight.
Spoiler warning! I'm about to explain the entirety of the Kingdom Hearts series. Now, if you don't want to be spoiled for all of the games released up until now, I don't know why you clicked on this video, because I feel like the title kind of explains that that's what I was gonna do, so that's on you. But also, potential spoiler warning. You see, when I explain the tools of the literary trade, I might just be able to accurately predict the true ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. Now, the game hasn't been released yet, and I have not played it, but consider yourself.
Yeah, that bottom,
We're
the
talking
bottom
about
jaw,
the hero's journey, or the mono
or the bottom
myth.
jaw.
This is a
The
concept
jaw
that's
in this
been
one
around
needs
for
to
a long
be-
time, but it was popularized
needs
by
to
a
come
guy
out
named
this way
Joseph Campbell
more.
back in 1949, when he released a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Campbell inspired plenty of other creative writers and literary analysts, including a guy called Christopher Vogler, who wrote his own book in the 1990s. But before that, in the 1980s, he was working as a story consultant for a little company called Disney. When he was there, he sent out a 7-page memo that basically broke down all the big ideas from Campbell's book into 12 simple steps to writing good stories. Did the memo work? I don't know. Why don't you ask Timon and
Well,
Pumbaa?
Mama, hello.
They're from The Lion King. That was a movie that Disney produced. A lot of people think it's a great movie. Kingdom Hearts, as described by the Mono Myth. We've got 12 stages up here, kind of like a clock. It's a story wheel, and I'll go through piece by piece,
Nah, that's like in
explaining Kingdom
Jalen
Hearts
Jaw.
1, so that
Don't
way
want
you can
that.
understand what these stages are. Once you do understand these stages, you'll be able to understand any story, because great writers, no matter how
Yeah, that
dense
looks
their
better.
sci-fi or fantasy world may be, use these stages to help orient you. I'm talking Dune, Harry Potter, Space Jam. Number 1. Introduction in the ordinary world. In Kingdom Hearts 1, this is when Sora, Riku, and Kairi
Yeah,
are
that
all
looks
just
better.
hanging out on
I like
Destiny
that.
Islands, doing normal kid stuff.
What have
Call
I
to
wandered
adventure.
into?
What's
I'm
this?
just
Weird
making this a
creatures showing
talking
up on the
PNG.
island? Sora has a sword that's also a key? Refusal of the call. Now, we hit a bit of a hiccup here because he really does seem gung-ho to leave the island at some point, but I don't think he wanted to do it on these terms, so I'll still call this a refusal. Meeting with the mentor. At this point, Sora is in Traverse Town, and he meets Leon, who ends up giving him some guidance on what he's supposed to be doing, crossing the threshold. Or as true literary critics call it, boarding the gummy ship. Tests allies and enemies. This is pretty much the entirety of the Disney worlds. You'll notice that a lot of times in these synopses of Kingdom Hearts, people just skip over them. It's because they all fit here. Reaching the innermost cave. This is such a pivotal moment in the story. In Star Wars, this is when Luke goes into the cave and faces off against a shadow version of himself. And in Kingdom Hearts, this is when Sora goes into Hollow Bastion so he can fight Riku, who's actually being possessed by Ansem, who is the heartless version of Terra Xehanort, who was originally Terra but then was possessed by Xehanort before him. Same thing. Enduring the supreme ordeal. After
Simple.
Sora has faced off against Ansem the first time, he has to stab his own heart with a keyblade so that way he can release it and save Kairi. That's a supreme ordeal. Seizing the sword. Now, this is not a literal sword. Obviously, Sora already has one of those, but instead it's the reward or the power that Sora can take with him. So in this case, it's him being resurrected, having all of the Princesses of Heart saved, and having the power to defeat Ansem. The road back. Ansem has been defeated by Kingdom Hearts being opened and him being ripped apart by the light, and they are able to seal the doors, but unfortunately, they lose 2 of their friends in the process. Resurrection. Yes, Sora did get literally resurrected a few stages before this, but this is more of a metaphysical resurrection than finally coming back from the brink. Kairi going back to Destiny Islands. Return with the elixir. Sora, Donald, and Goofy all go back out using their combined experience to try to save Mickey and Riku. And that's Kingdom Hearts. That was pretty painless, don't you think? But granted, that's not what people have an issue with. People have an issue with all of the overarching story of Kingdom Hearts. But again, as long as we stick to these 12 stages, we should be able to take this apart piece by piece. And though I am gonna stick with the 12 stages, I am gonna add just one little extra piece. It's called historical background. This is like the Silmarillion, or J.K. Rowling's Twitter. In Kingdom Hearts, this would be Union Cross, or Key, or whatever the many names of this web/mobile game ended up being. Die-hard fans will get upset with me if I say that this doesn't really matter to Sora's overarching story. But I'm gonna say it anyway. So this historical background is gonna just be up here, and all of that knowledge is just gonna kind of bleed immediately into Kingdom Hearts 1.
Nope. You gotta do Birth by Sleep. It's a prequel.
But is Sora in it?
No. No Sora.
Who's this guy then?
That's Vanitas.
Why? So I seem to have neglected like 3 other heroes' journeys in this hero's journey. So I'm gonna move these over a little bit so that way I can have a bit more space. We do have to talk about Birth by Sleep, starting first with Terra's. Now imagine it has all 12 of the stages of the hero's journey. I just didn't want to write them all out because he gets Norded, so he's not that good of a hero. Same goes for Aqua, which is intersecting with Terra's. And then we've got Ventus, who has the biggest bearing on Sora's hero's journey. It means that it has to not only intersect over here with Terra and Aqua, but I'm sorry, Vogler, I am gonna have to include another step on your hero's journey. So here we've got the Ventus diagram, which intersects here at step 0.5, the part of the hero's journey where the baby hero's heart goes and saves another boy. That's the only big change we're gonna do to Vogler's story wheel.
Oh, Medicinal Bear, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you, I appreciate it.
As if it is the overarching story of the entirety of the games. So, Kingdom Hearts, first one, instead of going from 1 all the way to 12, is actually just gonna go from 0.5 to 5.
Don't
and then
lie
we
to
start
me,
5
Walt.
immediately at Kingdom Hearts 2,
You
which will begin with Sora
sussy
going into...
baka.
What do you mean, nope?
There's 2 more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Medicinal Bear cheered text
few,
69.
interstitial
He who.
pieces of Kingdom Hearts,
He-hoo.
Chain of Memories, and also 358 Days Over 2, which is
Thank you very much.
totally normal title. It's totally fine because it just fleshes out Sora's hero's journey. And also a different guy, and his name is Roxas. I went ahead and I categorized Chain of Memories as a hero's journey redux, since Sora is just fighting against his own memories, the things that he has remembered from the past hero's journey. So it's just gonna hang out around here. And then we have 358 Days Over 2, which follows Roxas, who is Sora's nobody. And a nobody is like the shell of a person after they've released their heart. 358 Days Over 2
Potion seller and reach your
since it's the hero's
strongest
nobody, it's actually
potions if I'm to
within
be
the
successful
hero's
in the
journey,
battle.
doing its own thing.
Why won't you
And
trust
I'm
me
gonna
with
call
your
this 4.5
strongest
remix.
potions,
This is a
potion
pivotal
seller?
part of the hero's journey when the hero's shadow self goes off and eats ice cream. These two are tied together by a character named Xion, who works in Organization 13 with Roxas, and also is made from the memories of Sora. She doesn't really have like a hero's journey. I'll just tie it out for you. And since this oblong actually crosses through the hero's journey twice, we're gonna make this easy to remember and call it the Hero's Memories of the Hero's Journey Double Cross Oblong, or HMHJXXO. In Kingdom Hearts 2, we start out with Roxas and Sora, and Roxas is on summer vacation. We're gonna have him start over here and just kind of go all the way up to enduring the
What was
Supreme
that sound?
Ordeal,
That was
where he finally gives up
that
his
was
body
sexy
to Sora so
Gruntilda's
Sora can be whole.
Gruntilda's
We're just
voice
gonna
from
call that
the Game Over of Banjo
All right,
Kazooie.
so we're done with Roxas. We're back with Sora. So this should be a breeze. Kingdom Hearts 2. All right, he's already crossed the threshold. He does the test allies and enemies. That's just the Disney stuff. We're gonna skip it. He goes over, reaches the innermost cave. That would be the world that never was, where he faces off against the Supreme Ordeal, Xemnas, Organization 13. Seizes the sword. He gets the power to close Kingdom Hearts, and then finally the road back. They get home. They get a letter from King Mickey, the contents of which will be revealed in Kingdom Hearts 3?
No.
Fuck! All right, assholes. I have no more space here, so I made you a data cube. Are you happy? The data cube contains the entirety of Kingdom Hearts Coded, which is all in a virtual space. The data cube is that thing where the hero goes on a journey into his inner thoughts and finds some data that an old guy put in him. It's that thing that happens in the hero's journey. And then at the same time, we also have Dream Drop Distance, which is another hero's journey inside of the hero's journey, and it's part of seizing the sword because they have to go into sleeping versions of the worlds they've already been to, but also maybe they're going into each other's dreams, and one of them is... No, it doesn't fit here. I've got a better... There's another part of the hero's journey, and it's called the Dream Drop Bucket, and it's where you put the dream drop distance until you need it later, and hopefully you won't. That brings us up to Kingdom Hearts 3. Granted, I thought when I started this, I would be able to perfectly predict Kingdom Hearts 3, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just missing something, because he gets Norded. Possessed by Xehanort before. I forgot about the villain's journey. The villain's Tridecagon. The villain's Tridecagon.
The villain's Tridecagon.
Is definitely the key. The Tridecagon of villainy. This is a 13-sided shape that goes one further than the dodecagon of the hero's journey. We have almost entirely ignored Xehanort. He is the impetus for all of the anger and anguish in Sora's life, and so he deserves a wheel as well. We have to start at the very beginning of Xehanort. And that starts in stage 1 of all villains. You have to be contacted by a future version of yourself. That brings us to stage 2. It gives you the ability to time travel, and that's what this means. This special string just shows that they can go wherever they want to in time. Step 3, you need to learn about a great power. This is when Xehanort first discovers Kingdom Hearts and all of the power it could hold. What do after you find out about that power?
You Nord a boy.
Once you got that boy under your possession, time to get real into unethical science. That's when you're going to learn all about Kingdom Hearts and how to release people's hearts. That means you can become a guinea pig yourself, therefore creating 2 versions of yourself, a nobody and a heartless. But are you happy with just those 2 versions of yourself? You shouldn't be, because you're a villain. That's right, it's time for Nort Boy Redux, Stage 8. This is when Ansem, the heartless version of Terra Xehanort, the original Norted boy form, takes control of Riku. And now that you're jazzed and ready to go, time to fail. You do have to fail once in order to succeed later as a villain. But don't let that failure get you down. It's time for stage 10. You develop an organization to trick young boy into committing heartless genocide in order to create a new pseudo-version of that great power you discovered
the MOBA
back
is
in
canon.
stage 3.
I don't think he gets to it in this
And
video.
then you fail again. But guess what? It's time travel time. Your young self is going to help you out by coming from over in step 2 to step 12. You just do the same 10th step again, except instead of using other people, you use 13 versions of your own self. Which leads us to the 13th point in the Tridecagon, the villain's variable. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. This is the thing that we were missing. The villain's variable is what will tie together the rest of the story. It's what will help us understand what will happen at Kingdom Hearts 3. And judging by the villain's Tridecagon, I can say that I don't believe Sora will seal away the darkness. In fact, I expect Xehanort to win by Nording Sora. And then think of the repercussions of this. Donald will kill Goofy by throwing him off a dock. Riku will start cutting his own bangs. Kairi will continue to not matter. It's so much more interesting. It's the true way this story should end. And I think this is what people want. This is the modern hero's journey, the true thing that all stories should follow from here on out. As Utada Hikaru would say, simple and clean. So the next time someone tells you, I don't
Simple and clean.
Kingdom Hearts,
The Kingdom
you
Hearts
say,
story.
Hey bucko, I think what you don't understand is basic storytelling. Basic storytelling. Did that work? I don't know. Ask Aladdin. Did the memo work? Why don't you ask Sebastian the Crab? You Norda boy. Bowser, King Koopa, the authoritarian turtle with a penchant for princess napping. His very name strikes fear into the heart of man and mushroom alike, and he's also pretty good at figure skating. But when you focus on Bowser's many attempts to put the Mushroom Kingdom under his rule, you might forget that to fuel his violent vanity projects, he must put hundreds of henchmen into harm's way. And by harm's way, I mean in front of Mario. But me? I never forget the troops. And today, I'm honoring those who have put their lives on the line for a megalomaniacal turtle. Today, I'm presenting you with Bowser's military hierarchy. I can't go any further than that. I'm sorry. But Brian, I hear you ask, why does Bowser need a military hierarchy? And folks, I hear you. I hear your questions constantly. They come to me in my dreams like a prophet receiving visions from an angry god. Bowser needs a military hierarchy because of the Geneva Conventions. Y'all remember those things? Those little rules that keep you from committing war crimes? Look, I know Bowser is a bad dude, but I don't think Nintendo would actively create a war criminal and then allow him to sit in the backseat of a go-kart with a baby. This is thanks to how we define armed conflict. I read through the entirety of the Geneva Conventions in order to find this information, which turned out to be unnecessary, because there's a far more succinct definition in a far shorter paper. But do I regret reading the Geneva Conventions? Of course not. Knowledge is its own reward, and could I really call this an Unraveled if I didn't spend a whole day reading 224 pages of dense legalese for no good reason? Of course I couldn't. Of course I couldn't. If Bowser wants to keep his armed conflict above board, we need to codify his aggressions. So this means his henchmen need to follow a command structure, one that is not at all clear-cut in the games. All we need is a list of Bowser's troops. That's where this book comes in. It's the Super Mario Bros. Encyclopedia, the official listing of everything you could ever want to know about the 17 games in the main series of Super Mario Bros. The main series are just the platformers, none of the RPGs or spin-offs, but the silver lining to this means that I can spend a different Unraveled talking about those games, because God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished. Of the 17 in the main series, I'm gonna cut these 3 games because they don't have Bowser as the main antagonist, and I'm also gonna include Super Mario Odyssey because that came out after this book was published. That leaves us with 15 games and 226 enemies. I came to this number because I cut out the variants, I cut out all of the shadow versions of Mario, the mini-game enemies, the enemies that are just machines, and Bowser's personas, because those should never be exposed to the horrors of war. Now I need to figure out how to structure this hierarchy. I ask myself, is there an analogous military that is somewhat bloated, often antagonistic, and seems to be the only thing that the leadership cares about funding? Unfortunately, I couldn't find any real-life examples of this. So I'm loosely basing it on the US military. That means Bowser's military will be split up into branches based on which henchmen work best together, and I'm also going to try to fit them alongside commissioned officers and enlisted troops, the standard command structure that's found in most militaries. Let's start with the heads of state. Obviously, we have Bowser up at the top, the commander-in-chief. His Secretary of Defense is going to be Kamek, with Camilla standing by as the National Security Council. We've also got Bowser Jr. up here, but he's not in a military role. He's actually Secretary of Transportation, but that's just pure nepotism. The rest of Bowser's henchmen are going to fit into this hierarchy, and I'm just going to say one henchman per rank, the one that epitomizes what that rank means, and I'm going to list the rest of the enemies on the screen, because I do want to save at least a little bit of paper. Obviously, I don't want to save paper that much. Starting with our infantry, we have our enlisted ranks with Private Goomba. This makes sense. It is the basic troop. Moving up a step to the corporal, we've got the Galoomba. It's more mature than the Goomba, and also its name has an extra syllable and is way more fun to yell.
Look at this Galoomba.
Look at this Galoomba! Sergeant Chuck is a great pick for sergeant class because this troop obviously enlisted right after being their high school star quarterback and moved up through the ranks quickly. And now that we're up at warrant officer, the top of the enlisted ranks, we've got It's just a tower of Goombas. Kind of like the Naval Academy's Herndon Monument, Goombas become stronger and work together better when they're standing on top of one another. Moving our way up to the commissioned officers, we start out with Officer Cadet, and that's gonna be Twirlip. It's got the round, soft body of a Day 1 ROTC recruit, but there's ambition in those eyes. Second lieutenant, we've got the Snailicorn. It's the natural evolution from the Officer Cadet, but a bit more dangerous. By the time you've reached first lieutenant, you've really proved your mettle and are ready to show your dedication to the cause. And what better way to show your dedication than to be literally shot from a cannon? By the time you reach captain, you need to have a top-down perspective. And that's why the Pokey's height is great for this rank. Also, the Pokey understands how to take calculated losses in stride, like having literally all of their torso punched out from under them and still maintaining a smile. Next we have Major Squizzard, and I'm gonna gloss over him because his name makes me uncomfortable. For Lieutenant Colonel, I chose Wiggler because they're able to maintain composure and only release their aggression when it's absolutely necessary. But quick shout out to Stareface Ogre, who's also a Lieutenant Colonel and sounds like he could be a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. Next we have Colonel Spike. At the colonel rank, you are not only dealing with wartime issues, but also the internal politics of the military, which is why Spike makes time to have a few rounds of tennis with the boss. A brigadier general needs an eye for detail and a strong guiding hand. And that's literally all Knuckletech is. Major Burroughs really deserves the rank of Major General because he has demonstrated a powerful understanding of many strategies in many different battle arenas. But more than that, he has this tender leadership quality that makes him not only respected, but loved by his peers. And then above him is a fucking T-Rex. Unfortunately, even the military hierarchy is not insulated
Clean
from
up those
nepotism,
teeth a
and
little
though
bit.
no one would describe Petey Piranha as capable in literally any circumstance, his father took a bullet for Bowser back in the Korean War, so now he's a general. And finally, we have our Field Marshal, the 5-star general. Obviously, this person is going to oversee every aspect of Bowser's infantry, and it has to be filled with the most overpowered troop. So it's Ukiki. This shitheel of a monkey plays dumb, but he is the Sun Tzu of Bowser's army. Listen to these quotes. All warfare is based on deception. If your opponent is of choleric temperament, seek to irritate him. Steal their hats. And that is the basic structure of Bowser's infantry, though there are also 3 special divisions of infantry units that are trained to fight in different conditions. The Lava and the Ice divisions are still found under Field Marshal Ukiki, and they don't have any enlisted troops. I won't talk too much about these two, but I think they are epitomized by the Bully for the Lava group and the Chill Bully for the Ice group, who's exactly like the Bully, except he'll kind of go easy on you if he can tell you're having a rough day. And the third special unit in the infantry is the Spectral unit, or the Dry Corps, because not even death can excuse you from service in Bowser's army. I do want to talk about the implications of this unit for a moment, specifically Dry Bones and Dry Bowser, whose naming conventions confuse and frighten me. When I die, will I become Dry Brian? Is a living Bowser Wet Bowser? Why do Piranha Plant have bone in it? Next we have our aquatic troops. Where can you find pleasure? Search the world for treasure. Learn science technology. Where can you begin to make your dreams all come true? On the land or on the sea? In the Navy. I won't overstay my welcome on the naval forces because we already understand what each of the ranks in the hierarchy entail, but I did just want to point out one troop, the Gushin, because its name is the Gushin, and I had to learn that its name was the Gushin, and now you need to know that it's called a Gushin as well. And of course, the Admiral of the Fleet is going to be Unagi, because Unagi is the most terrifying character ever rendered. Get fucked, Mr. X. Now on to the Air Force. We start with the Paragoomba at our lowest rank, and honestly, we're gonna skip ahead to Wing Commander because most of the Air Force is just infantry but with wings attached. Lakitu is our Wing Commander. You might remember him as that helpful guy who picks you up in Mario Kart, but he actually got his start in carpet bombing. And it might seem redundant to have Klepto as the Marshal of the Air Force, but if there's one strategy that Bowser's military understands better than anything else, it's stealing hats. And these are the branches of Bowser's military. Of course, there are also special forces, units that Bowser can send in when he needs something to be done quietly and cleanly, like when he sent the Brutals to perform the extrajudicial killing of Professor Egad. Next, we've got the Bros. I'm talking the Hammer Bro, the Fire Bro, every bro in between. You can learn more about them in the HBO series Band of Brothers, I assume. I've never watched the show. It's time for the special forces called the Funny Parade. It's the Funny Parade. You know about thwomps, but did you know that there are thwimps? And the womps have wimps? Thwimps and thwomps and wimps and womps and grindles and spindles and grolls. There's toxbox and flomps and romps and bumps and walleyes and wallops, and they're all pretty much invincible, and they will crush you without hesitation, like a cartoonish Sherman's March to the Sea. Next, we've got the Koopalings. They're sort of like the SEAL Team 6 of Bowser's army. Iggy, Larry, Lemmy, Roy, Wendy O, Ludwig von. Notice that I did not include Morton Koopa Jr. because despite what he has written in his memoirs, he's never actually been active duty, and he's a valor-stealing bastard. And the final Special Forces team, it's the Stews. Strollin' Stew. Soarin' Stew. Swipin' Stew. Smoldering Stew. I don't know if they're good at fighting, but they are good at being the best fucking characters in Mario. And that is every troop in Bowser's military. Except for these 6 specific ones. They didn't really fit in the military structure. They don't act like military. The Koopa Troopas from Super Mario 64, they don't even antagonize you. Like, they go about their business unless you go out of your way to attack them. So, again, they don't even, like, feel like military. They act more like civilians, to be honest. Oh my god, they're civilians. Okay, so maybe reading the full Geneva Conventions wasn't such an unnecessary thing after all. There's this thing called the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, and in Article 8, subsection 2, it states that grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions count as war crimes. And if these Koopa Troopas are in fact not Troopas but civilians and Mario kills them, then that is a direct violation of Article 8, Part 2, subsection B1, intentionally directing attacks at the civilian population. Mario is a war criminal. But that's not the only breach, God no. Subsection
this is finished.
A4, extensive destruction and appropriation of property, destroying a brick to gain a coin. Subsection A5, compelling a prisoner of war to serve in the forces of a hostile power. What else could you call using Cappy to possess enemies and then forcing them to fire on their own friends? Subsection A8, taking of hostages. What was Mario doing with that penguin child? You might think, hey, maybe Mario's just become hardened after years of onslaught by Bowser, but look back to Mario's youth. I know I didn't include Yoshi's Island in these lists of games, but subsection B, 21, committing outrages upon personal dignity, in particular, humiliating and degrading treatment. Yoshi made Bert the Bashful's pants fall down, but baby Mario gave the order. He already feels bashful! You didn't need to pants the man! Mario has committed at least 5 war crimes, and I'm not even including the child soldiers he has enlisted in the RPGs. But luckily, I've already compiled an extensive PDF that I've just emailed to The Hague outlining Mario's crimes. Still,
I think that looks pretty good.
It's important to note that Bowser is also at fault. The great loss of Goomba life is a tragedy, no matter which side you are on. The true enemy is war itself. And to fix that, we have to turn to the only thing that has worked in the past. Song.
The Koopa Troopers cooped up in the trenches. When you put down the bombs, you pick up friendships. So open up your heart and let the love come gushing out. We are the Goombas. Oh, so please stop jumping on each other, you big Galoombas. Why do we fight to take each other's space when there's so much room to spare? We could all have extra lives if we just share. One more time, everyone. We are the Toads. We are the Toads. place when there's so much room to spare. All have extra lives that we just share.
Let's get it on. I want to
Be the best forever. Oh, this video's great. I fucking love this video.
Good evening, class. Seems the registrar overbooked this one. I'm already sweaty and the show hasn't started because I had the bright idea to hide under a table for 20 minutes. I got a question for you. How are we feeling tonight? Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. Now that that's out of your system, I do need absolute silence. This is a lecture, okay? There will be no audience participation. The goal is education, not entertainment. Pat?
I'm actually going to turn this one up a little bit.
What you are about to see is the culmination of decades of research. I have developed this work, and I am sharing it here at PAX East for the benefit of the masses. Today, my peers will stop laughing at me. Today, they will start seeing me as a person who is worthwhile, not someone who, in the words of my mother, puts a lot of research into things that have very little meaning. They'll see me as an artistic genius, that's right, and incomparably handsome. That's the other thing. I forgot to mention that little part. This magnum opus, I have unraveled and shall perform the perfect pokey rap. Let's go! Yes! Come on! There we go, there we go! Ha! But not just yet. I got a couple other things that I gotta take care of before we get to the pokey rap part of this. I have a couple things. You see, in order to get this pack space, I had to sign a contract. And this contract was very explicit in its understanding that I would not only perform the full pokey rap, which is defined as including all 812 names of the Pokemon. Whew. But before I do that, I have to explain my process. Now, this is being enforced, this contract, by the enforcers. Hello. Thank you all so much for doing that. Yeah, give them a hand. They're doing an amazing job this weekend. It's wonderful. It is being enforced by them, and they will kill me if I do not see it done before the end of this panel time. Thank you for your service. Now, you might be wondering, again, no audience participation, but of course it's worth the hardship. Look, magnificent goals
Leg, hello.
are worth the challenges.
How's the rest of your stream?
You want to know where I learned that tasty morsel? From the original Pokey Rap. You see, back when I was a child,
You are just in time for the best video.
I loved Pokemon, but I loved Pokemon for foolish and childish reasons. I loved them for their
Good.
names,
How's
I
that
loved them
going?
for
It's
their
going pretty
designs.
good. We finished the hug, and I'm just trying to work on the checkbox thingy a little bit.
I had a Tangle I nicknamed Terry in my Pokemon Blue version. I loved him. I kept him with me at all times. He was wonderful. But then I heard the original Poke Rap, and it taught me that things were only worth doing if you did them the most. It's the completionist's philosophy. You gotta catch them all. And so I put my childish ways behind me, and I began to collect every single Pokemon. But in order to complete my Pokedex, I had to go to Kevin Punt.
Kevin Punt.
Kevin Punt was a jerk, but he was a jerk who had Pokemon Red version, and I needed a Growlithe and an Arcanine in order to complete my Pokedex. That's only in Pokemon Red. And I was ready. I went over to his house. I was so excited to trade and finally complete that Pokedex. I had a Vulpix ready to go. That seems fair to trade for a Growlithe, and And then Kevin said he only wanted Terry because he knew that Terry was my favorite Pokemon, and he, and I quote, said that he wanted me to give up something I loved. Which is legitimately a wild thing for an 8-year-old to request. Which is why it doesn't surprise me that Kevin Punt is in jail now. It's true. Just kidding. I don't know what Kevin Punt's up to. He's probably a real estate agent or something. But he could be in jail. He certainly deserves to be. So I gave up Terry, and I completed my Pokedex. That's how far I'm willing to go in order to reach my goals. And today, my goal is to give you the perfect PokeRap. Let's split this presentation up. 1, the shortcomings of the original PokeRap. 2, the development of a better PokeRap. And 3, the performance of the perfect PokeRap. I just tried to do some JoJo poses. Did it work? Yeah.
Let's see.
All right,
correction.
so let's begin. The shortcomings of the original PokeRap, or what I like to call it, why the original PokeRap is a travesty. Now, this might seem a little bit harsh, but that's because you're viewing it through nostalgia goggles. And over the next 5 minutes, I'm going to take those off your face and replace them with the pragmatic transitions lenses of reality. I'm looking around the audience. I'm realizing some of you might be too young to have heard the original PokeRap. And for those people, buckle up. This is going to be a fun presentation. But I'll just synopsize it. It was a rap that listed all 150 of the original Pokemon, played at the end of every episode of the original TV series. And that brings us to our first shortcoming. The original PokeRap is a mid-2000s suburban mother's conception of rap. The rhymes, the flow are bad. Now, I feel comfortable calling it this because the only difference between me and a mid-2000s suburban mother is a few more trips to Nordstrom's. It's my own suburban mother, and but the rhyme scheme, terrible, terrible. Not only is there a line that rhymes horsey with Weepinbell, a slant rhyme so terrible even Emily Dickinson would vomit. There are English majors in this group, hell yeah! All right. But even if you ignore the rhyme scheme, you can't ignore the flow. It's what we in the industry call educational rap flow, and that's defined as a rap wherein you could include an anti-drug line and it wouldn't sound out of place. For example, ditto, cloister, caterpie, sandshrew, friends got weed, just say no thank you. Second shortcoming. It is a bad grocery list of Pokemon. The writers didn't do anything to differentiate the Pokemon. Take this line: Dratini, Growlithe, Mr. Mime, Cubone. Not only are these 4 Pokemon completely different elemental types, they're totally different in quality. The emotional whiplash I feel going from Dratini, what a sweet one. Oh, Growlithe, a nice cute fire puppy. Isn't that, oh God! Oh, no, 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 no. Please get no. Oh, no, 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 cute, I'm okay. See, the writers were so focused on putting all 150 names in, they forgot to make a good song. Oopsie daisy. See, most songs have cohesive themes. They build to something, end on a high note. You want to know the final Pokemon of the original PokeRap? It's Arbok. Not the graceful Articuno, whose very breath could freeze a man in an instant. No, it's Arbok, whose main powers include being a snake.
I wish my main powers included being a snake.
With our third and final shortcoming. Now, this one might get me in a little bit of hot water, but here's the thing. I'm not afraid of stoking controversy if it means I can say the truth, okay? So the original PokeRap is no Gesamtkunstwerk. That's right, I went there! Yeah! I'll say it again!
I can't believe he said it.
But we all know what a Gesamtkunstwerk is, so I'm going to carry on. Section 2. the development of a better
So
Poke
bold.
Rap. Now, we have our 3 shortcomings, so in theory, all we need to do is fix those, and we'll have a better Poke Rap. That's it. Except, if you'll remember, back at the very beginning, I signed a contract saying I'd list all 812 Pokemon in the Poke Rap, or else the enforcers would perform MMA on my body. Again, thank you for your service. So we have some limitations here. So the original one has a 50 ppm, that's a rate of Pokemon per minute. If we keep that same rate, then we're gonna end up with a 16-minute and 15-second song. Uh-oh, that's too long. If I forced you to sit through 16 minutes of me just listing Pokemon, I would deserve to be in jail with Kevin Punt! But we up that rate to 96, we'll end up with an 8.5-minute song, and that's totally normal. Everyone listens to 8.5-minute songs. Please don't question it, okay? Okay, so let's fix some shortcomings, shall we? First one, how do we make a mid-2000s suburban mother's conception of rap into something that's listenable? Now, I would never claim to be an expert rapper. I'll go on the record, I am not a rapper, but I do claim to be an expert in one thing that will help us make this Poke Rap
Did you finish your
feet?
Jersey Devil
Metrical,
model?
like poetic feet. I should have phrased that differently, I think, maybe.
$812
How is such an
must be
obvious
before
test?
Jenny.
How did
Yeah,
you
this
fail
goes
the no
up to
audience participation thing again? I swear.
Gen 7.
Ah, but since you asked nicely, am I that type of person? I am. That's a metrical foot. But for real, metrical feet are going to help us out so much. You see, there are a bunch of different metrical feet, and they're going to help us with the flow of the rap. We have this unique, weird songwriting problem with the Poke Rap in that we have all the lyrics already written. It's just all of the Pokemon names. So we got to piece them in to make something that's good. It's kind of like if I
What would
bought
happen
12
if
IKEA
I
cabinets and then I used the pieces to build a gun.
I was getting snacks, but I just tweaked the design, started on the head of the model.
I made
Did you
a
figure out the
spreadsheet
notes?
because that's what I do these days. I make a lot of spreadsheets. I took all 812 of the names, I split them up by rhyming phoneme, and I split them up by metrical foot. But we're going to talk about one metrical foot in specific. It's called a dactyl. It's got 3 syllables. It's a stressed followed by 2 unstressed. And this is super important to us because it's going to give us our triplet flow, or our Migos flow, Versace flow. It's used in mumble rap a lot, whatever you call it. It's going to help me say a lot of Pokemon names in quick succession without sounding like a cop. So here's an example of one Pokemon that's a dactyl. It's Tangela. Tangela. Another one would be RK9. RK9, Tangela, RK9, Tangela, RK9, Tangela, RK9. Kevin Punt made me trade Terry for RK9, and I will never forgive him! I'm sorry, Pat, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so, second shortcoming. This is a pretty easy fix. We just have to differentiate the Pokemon by their elemental type. But let's remember, quality is also important. If we split them up by fighting type, then we might take Machamp, who's a super powerful, wonderful Pokemon, and put him next to Conkeldurr, God's Mistake in the Pokemon universe.
Conkeldurr, God's Mistake. I agree.
But speaking of Pokemon gods, there are in fact literal Pokemon gods. Arceus up there. They supposedly created all Pokemon, and it feels kind of weird to put the mythical, legendary, and Ultra Beast Pokemon in with the Pokemon peasantry, as I call them. And because if you did that, you might put Arceus next to Bidoof. And that's kind of like if I made a list of characters that are popular in America, and I put Jesus next to Garfield.
He's right. Garfield is way more popular.
Technically, I'm not wrong, okay? But I should probably plan it better.
Garfield way better.
And then the third. This one's simple. We just make it a Gesamtkunstwerk, obviously. But in case you're getting it confused with the architectural understanding of Gesamtkunstwerk, and no one would fault you for that, it happens to me all the time, I'll specify we're talking about Richard Wagner's understanding of the Gesamtkunstwerk as an all-encompassing artwork that is unified through theater. I'm the only one who cares about this, but the thing about Gesamtkunstwerks is that we have to put it in the theatrical realm we're talking about. So we're talking about rap, we're talking about song. That means we're going to be talking about musical theater. And that's a bit of a difficulty for me because I've never done musical theater before. I had to do a lot of extra research. This was like an extra week of time in this thing that we can... This slide wasn't in rehearsals, Patrick. But if you're going to put me on blast, yes, I did musical theater in high school, but I don't think that counts for much. I didn't do much after that. I just like, you know, that doesn't mean that I'm an expert in musical theater. I haven't done anything. I was in an a cappella group, Patrick. Does that count as musical theater? I don't think so. We can go to the next slide, okay? Jesus Christ. Patrick, go to the next slide, okay? Go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Go to the next. Patrick, how did you... Go... I'm not even on Facebook anymore, Patrick. Did my mom send you these? Go, next one, next one. Next one, next one. You can go faster. I can press the... Patrick, please, what? Just go. So Gesamtkunstwerks are... The thing about the Gesamtkunstwerk is that it's more of a process than anything else. It's what you do with the things you have. So we have two incredible building blocks with these two first shortcomings that we fixed. And we're going to use them to create something like the clay to mold into something special, spectacular. And originally I was going to come here to make a fun Poke Rap. It was going to be a perfect one, but it was going to be fun.
Hey, that worked pretty good.
That, like, I don't know, you'd memorize to like impress your friends at school or whatever. But now I realize that this is something you could use to audition for Juilliard. I don't care about making the perfect Poke Rap anymore. I am making the perfect song. So, how are we gonna do this? First things first, we gotta pay homage to the original Poke Rap. That's simple. Well, let's throw in some educational rap, you know? But this time we'll put actual education into it. And because this is a Gesamtkunstwerk, we can use different types of theater to differentiate the Pokemon, different disciplines of theater. So for example, the psychic Pokemon, I'll be doing a contact juggling performance. And for the ghost Pokemon, those will be read in eulogy form, so I hope you brought your tissues. There will be a live sand painting of every evolution. Paul Giamatti is here, going to perform the full Jigglypuff song in full costume. There will be ice sculptures, fireworks. One of these cups is poisoned. There will also be the Blue Man Group, and they will fight to the death for your entertainment. And if everyone checks under their chairs right now, go ahead, feel free. You'll find nothing there. There is no audience participation. And I've been thinking about those Pokemon gods, the legendaries, the mythicals, the ultra beasts. How could I possibly sing about them without lessening their power? How could I possibly talk about their divine omnipotence, verbalize their otherworldly grace, catch such a dream from the air? That's right, interpretive dance. You see, there's this thing in musical theater. It's called a dream ballet, and it's when the writers aren't good enough to express emotions through words, and so they just make people dance them out for them. And so I've hired the Netherlands Dance Theater to create a 30-minute movement piece that will encapsulate all 81 of the mythical, legendary, and ultra beast Pokemon, leaving us with the most perfect song ever written, coming in at a runtime of about 4 hours and 30 minutes. Which is, granted, a little bit longer than the 8.5 minutes I'd originally planned for. But here's the thing. Every single one of those seconds is ethereal. It's wonderful. We don't have enough time to finish this. Oh, God. If I don't finish this before the end of the panel time, then the enforcers will knee strike my vital organs. Look, I know it's not your fault. You've done a lot of great work today. I really appreciate it, and I can't, great job. What's your name? Matt. Matt, was it? Another test! No audience participation, Matt! And what does it even matter, you know? I've already lost it all. I can't perform the whole thing. It's kind of like when I gave up Terry to Kevin Punt. Just so that I could finish my Poke Rap. I was so blinded by the glory of success that I gave up everything that was important to me in the process. In this instance, it's my life. But I can't give up. We can cut it down. We'll cut the whole contact juggling performance. You know what? Actually, we're going to just have to smush together all of the Pokemon types. I know I said I wouldn't do that. We'll have to trim some names. We'll do an abridged Dream Ballet, I guess, which means the Netherlands Dance Theater can go home now. Okay, they're fine. And that would leave us with 8.5 minutes or so, which is still performable, but I'd have to cut 400 Pokemon names in order to do that. And the contract specifically says I need to say all 812 of them, or else I will die. It's like, there's no physical way one person can say all of those Pokemon names.
Is there an easier way I could do? I could just copy this one and then paste it over here and flip it.
Oh my God, you're right. One person can't say 400 names, but 300 people could. All right, that's perfect. Let's take the whole right side. I need you to just choose some of these names. Okay, it's not that hard. Just pick them at random, whichever ones you want to go ahead and say. If you can't read them all the way back there, just make some up. That's fine. And on the count of 3, I need you to yell them out as quickly as possible. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay? Same with you. This list now, okay? Just go ahead and choose again 2 or 3 of them, whichever ones you want to pick. Different sections. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. Technically, there's a high probability that all of those Pokemon's names, they just got said. Those names just got said, and there's no way that Matt over here could verify it didn't happen. So we're good. We can do this. Okay, during the educational rap section, remember this, educational rap, I'm gonna call on the right side, and then I'm gonna call on the left side.
Wait, what happened to the other side?
Okay, got it? But
Where'd the other side go?
Can we really call this shortened version still perfect? Yeah, we can. All right? I was thinking back to that younger version of myself he was so excited to complete his Pokedex, and yet he was so empty without his Terry. Kevin Punt might have given me the final Pokemon, but he took my world from me. My perfect Pokedex wasn't perfect. You know what was perfect? My ragtag team of Pokemon, led by the indefatigable Terry the Tangela. That was perfect. And in the same way, this Pokerap is perfect because of the ones we've kept. Okay?
Copy
The
paste.
original Pokerap taught us the wrong lesson. It is not that we should catch them all. It is that we should love the ones we kept.
Okay, there it is.
But again, I do still need you to yell out those Pokemon names, because if you don't, Matt will murder me. Are we ready to perform this? Okay. 1 second before we hop in. I was originally planning on completing this, ending on Arceus, the highest of the god Pokemon. I don't think that's right anymore. I think I should include a little memory of my favorite boy. Because if I can't have Terry back in my life, the least I can do is immortalize him in song.
What is this shadow down here
So
that's
Terry,
not on the other side?
This one's for you.
Best.
Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Caterpie, Butterfree, Wurmple, Scorbunny, Sobble, and Grookey, Licky, Tongue, and Licky, Haxorus, Cofagrigus, Poliwrath, Mismagius, Fracture, Crabrawler, Dupiter, Shelder, Cloyster, Hunter, Grimer, Golurk, Luxio, Swampert, Lilligant, Tynamo, Seismitoad, Polytoad, Palpitoad, Seal, Parasect, Trevenant, Toxapex, Veal, Mandibus, Scatterbug, Graveler, Pelipper, Elgium, Picky-Puck, Clawitzer, Conkeldurr, Probopascalopede, Delibird, Ursaring, Blaziken, Fennekin, Quillid, and Nidoking. Scrup, Alakazam, Patent Rat, Woobat, Swoopbat, Crobat, Golbat, Zubat,
Aaron the Glow Stick, welcome in. How you
Teddy,
doing?
Ursa, Umbreon, Alomomola, Chikorita, Gotharita, Drudagon, Snorunt, Tyrant, Charjabug, Ninjaska, Mascavalug, Finneon, Drapion, Jolteon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Espeon, Jigglypuff, Igglybuff, Wigglytuff, Delmeister, Vine Rock, Ruff, Porygon Z, Porygon 2, Ribombee, Skuntank, Clank, Cling, Clang, Miltank and Mitang, Luxray, Pidgey, Hitmonlee, Skitty, Happiny, Mudbray, Lotad, Durant, Superior, Gorgeist, Outland, Executor, Abrasidra, Nidorina, Dewat, Chestnut, Primarina, Ammonite, Dragonite, Charizard, Magnemite, Meditite, Dusknoir, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Minior, Garbodor, Ariados, Tyranitar, Glameow, Meowth, Exploud, Wobbuffet, Ferret, Bellsprout, Starmie, Starly, Frogadier, Delcatty, Escavalier, Venonat, Poliwag, Hippopotas, Spinarak, Marowak, Jumpluffy Bass, Fungus, Amoongus, and Pidgeotto, Weepinbell, Victreebel, Hakamo'o, Orosora, Matisse, Metacham, Mamoswine, Slurpupa, Babe, Feraligator, Eevee, Sigilyph, Elekid, and Everything, K. Rowlet, Golett, Honedge, Arcan, Croconaw. Sentret, Pignite, Bergmite, Mantite, Kakuna, Pseudo-Wudo, Wishy-Washy, Poplio, Abomasnow, Charmeleon, Darumaka, Hariyama, Sharpedo, Whiscash, Raticate, Sableye, Sandslash, Cricketon, Cutiefly, Beautyfly, Togepi, Volcarona, Magnezone, Lunatone, Ragam, Samurott, Oshawott, Whimsicott, Kangaskhan, Larvitar, Pupitar, Amistar, Kecleon, Toga, Kissimisage, Nidoqueen, Cottony, Forretress, Salamence, Jellicent, Funnelby, Pillowswine, Carnivine, Illumise, Remoraid. I think we are done with the triplet rap, so now let's wrap to educate. All right, here we go. Are you ready, friends? Hey, come on, let's learn a little something from our Pokemon. There's Persian and Mudsdale, Donphan and Huntail, Sandygast, Nosepass, Frostlass, Lapras. I love to say the Pokemon, but here's the catch. Saying them all kinda seems far-fetched. Let me ask you a question. Wanna help me out? It's time to throw in more names. Come on, give me a shout. Those Pokemon are Tentacool. And those Pokemon are trash. Come be my friend, I got more to say. And if we dig a little deeper, we can learn today. So why not get comfy? Don't be crabby or blue. Here are some lessons, and I wrote them for you. If you muck around in class, you'll be distraught. Don't be a doofus, just study a lot. If you're slacking in school, you'll drop out sooner. And abstinence is key, or you'll get a Mime Junior. Swanna grab some candy for a sweet treat, a more amazing
I told the thing to ignore Nightbot, so it doesn't have the
who offer
command.
you hugs and don't stick
Fix that.
forks into electric plugs. Wear a helmet when you ride on bikes. Keep a well-stocked bag on extra long hikes. Make sure to stay away from that Pharaoh seed. And that's just one name people have for weed. There's Pansage, Slowbro, Oddish, Bonsley, Tropius, C-Dot, Nuzleaf, and Blissey, Loudred, Dugong, and Goodra, Bounsweet, Bayleaf, Hypno, and Mun. You'll be drowsy if you swallow that Tangrowth smoke. Also coughing and wheezing, hey, you might choke. So if someone says, hey, want some dank ombre, look them dead in the eye and say no way. I tell you not to do drugs, but if someone's smoking Treaco, does that make them a bad person? Definitely no. I didn't mean to carry on. My point in this verse is that alienating drug users makes things worse. Don't lock someone up if they take a Hitmonchan. And criminalizing addicts is a really bad plan. Big Pharma is the root of our country's problem with opiate addiction. Gollum, Ghastly, Horsey, Chansey, Burmy, Clefairy, Mankey, Klefki, Goomy. Whew, rapping's hard. Let me catch my breath. Might as well check how many we've got left. There's less than 150 left. Can I really do this? I used to have this dream back when I was a child. I'd make the pokey rap listenable, and everybody called me reckless and wild. But I never gave up. I kept at it every day. And with Pikachu beside me and my decks to guide me, I knew that there'd be a way.
To ignore all of the naysayers, I'd need a thicker skin than Metapod. Why not leave my comfort zone, jump in the unknown? Maybe someday everyone would applaud. It's absolutely worth taking a risk. Plus, I'll make a few friends as I try. Seeking how to be strong as I write you a song. But I still don't know where to put Mr. Mind. But who cares if I could and find a good place to put Toga tomorrow, people who my left, I'll leave, I'll send up, really up, Charlie, Kim, Gengar, Rush, Tom, Todd, Singapore, Farrah, Fox, Brooklyn, Chino, Chichino, Sumeril, Tranquil, Pex, Control, Meryl, Beach, and Toga, Take, Basculin, Gabriel, Palm, Gastron, Ambassador, Heaven, Shop, Blackbird, Dunscore, Cyclone, Slack off, World, Stops. I still found a way to put them in there. No matter the size or the scope of the task, I don't need a magic carpet to ride. I'm a champion hero, there's nothing to fear. Oh, my true power comes from inside. And that brings us all of the way to the top. I've said every name I could say. I'll let my body confess the names that I can't express. Yes, it's time for the Dream Ballet. Come on! But there's one Pokemon, my own holy grail, that I gave Kevin Punt. I hope that bastard's in jail. 'Cause of all Tangalas, Terry is the apex. And I gave him up for my dex.
If we all don't dance like that at Twitch, I don't know what to do with them. Oh my gosh, we totally should.
Then Terry is gone.
We gotta.
The point of having every
Oh my gosh, we have to.
There's a wound in my heart that I can't get rid of. How can I find joy without my tangly boy? Why catch them all if you can't keep the ones that you love? Terry! Thank you all so much for coming. You have been an incredible audience. Thank you. Give it up for Pat Gill over here. He's a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Terry, this one's for you.
I want to be the best.
Oh, now we just get the full rap after.
Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Caterpie, Butterfree, Wurmple, Scorbunny, Sobble,
I'm fine with listening to it.
Tongue, and Licky, Haxorus, Cofagrigus, Poliwrath, Mismagius, Fracture, Crabrawler,
Oh, I need
Dugrider,
to fix that in the
Cloyster, Haunter,
on-screen chat.
Grimer, Golurk, Luxio, Swampert, Lilligantine, Seismitoad, Polytoad, Palpitoad, Seal, Parasect, Trevenant, Toxapex, Feel, Mandipus, Scatterbug, Graveler, Pelipper, Elgium, Picky-Peck, Clawitzer, Conkeldurr, Probobus, Scallopy, Delibird, Ursaring, Blaziken, Fennekin, Quillid, Nidoking, Scrub, Alakazam, Rat, Woobat, Swoobat, Crobat, Golbat, Zubat, Pucciana, Caracosta, Teddy, Ursa, Umbreon, Alomomola, Chikorita, Gotharita, Drudagon, Snorunt, Tyrant, Charjabug, Ninjaskium, Mascavalug, Fitneon, Drapion, Jolteon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Espeon, Jigglypuff, Igglybuff, Wigglytuff, Delmy, Servine, Rockruff, Porygon, Porygon Z, Porygon to Ribbombi, Skuntank, Clank, 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 Miltank and Midtank, Luxray, Pidgey, Hitmonlee, Skitty, Happiny, Mudbray, Lotad, Durant, Superior, Gourgeist, Outland, Executor, Aprasidra, Nidorina, Dewott, Chestnut, Primarina, Ammonite, Dragonite, Charizard, Magnemite, Meditate, Dusknoir, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Minior, Garbodor, Ariados, Tyranitar, Flame, Meow, Meowth, Exploud, Wobbuffet, Ferret, Bellsprout, Starmie, Starly, Frogadier, Delcat, Escavalier, Venonat, Poliwag, Hippopotas, Spinarak, Marowak, Jumpluffy, Bass, Fungus, Amoongus, and Pidgeotto, Weepin' Bell, Victory Bell, Hakamo'o, Aurora, Matisse, Metachan, Mamoswine, Slurpup, Bay, Feraligator, Eevee, Sigalithella, Cadena, Rithink, Rowlet, Golett, Honedge, Arcan, Croconaw, Sentret, Pignite, Bergmite, Mantite, Cockduna, Pseudo, Wudo, Wishy-Washy, Poplio, Obama Snow, Charmeleon, Darumaka, Hariyama, Sharpedo, Whiscash, Raticate, Sableye, Sandslash, Kricketune, Cutie-Fly, Beautyfly, Togepi, Volcarona, Magnezone, Lunatone, Roggenrola, Samurott, Oshawott, Whimsicott, Kangaskhan, Larvitar, Pupitar, Amistar, Kecleon, Togekiss, Simisage, Nidoqueen, Cottony, Forretress, Salamence, Jellicent, Bunnelby, Pillowswine, Carnivine, Illumise, Remoraid. I think we are done with the triplet rap, so now let's rap to educate. Alright, here we go. Are you ready, friends? Hey, come on, let's learn a little something from the Pokemon. There's Persian and Mudsdale, Donphan and Huntail, Sandygast, Nosepass, Frostlass, Lapras. I love to say the Pokemon, but here's the catch. Saying them all kinda seems far-fetched. Let me ask you a question, wanna help me out? It's time to throw in more names, come on, give me a shout. Those Pokemon are Tentacool. And those Pokemon are trash. Come be my friend, I got more to say. And if we dig a little deeper, we can learn today. So why not get comfy? Don't be crabby or blue. Here are some lessons, and I wrote them for you. If you muck around in class, you'll be distraught. Don't be a doofus, just study a lot. If you're slacking in school, you'll drop out sooner. And abstinence is key, or you'll get a mind junior. So wanna grab some candy for a sweet treat? A more amazing snack is a peach you can eat. Beware of shifty strangers who offer you hugs, and don't stick forks into electric plugs. Wear a helmet when you ride on bikes. Keep a well-stocked bag on extra long hikes. Make sure to stay away from that Pharaoh seed, and that's just one name people have for weed. There's Pansage and Slowbro, Oddish and Bonsly, Tropius, Seedot, Nuzleaf and Stunky, and Blissey, Loudred, Dugong and Kudra, Bounsweet, Bayleaf, Hypno, and Mana. You'll be drowsy if you swallow that Tangrowth smoke. Also coughing and wheezing, you might not choke. So if someone says, hey, want some Dankalombre, look them dead in the eye and say, no way. I tell you not to do drugs, but if someone's smoking Trico, does that make him a bad person? Definitely no. I don't mean to carry on. My point in this verse is that alienating drug users makes things worse. Don't lock someone up if they take a Hitmonchan. And criminalizing addicts is a really bad plan. Big Pharma is the root of our country's problem with opiate addiction. Gollum, Ghastly, Horsey, Chansey, Burby, Clefairy, Mankey, Klefki, Goomy. Woo! Rapping's hard. Let me catch my breath. Might as well check how many we've got left.
Pissed Green Ink says sure would be a shame if someone asked him to remake this song after Gen 9.
I used to have this dream back when I was a child.
Happy Mask Salesman, Villain, or Hero?
Everybody called me reckless.
Oh, that's weird. YouTube links are supposed to be allowed.
But I never gave up. I kept at it every day. And with Pikachu beside me and my next to guide me, I knew that there'd be a way to ignore all of the naysayers. I'd need a thicker skin than Metapod.
I was a YouTube link.
Why not leave my comfort zone, jump in the unknown?
I thought I had that set as YouTube links are allowed. Thank you, Leg.
Taking a risk. Plus, I'll make a few friends as I try. Seeking how to be strong as I write you a song. Though I still don't know where to put Mr. Mime. But who cares if I
thought I copied the Kappa emails. Oh, why did it post as a YouTube link?
And Togetic
Oh, because you thought you copied the emote, but it was actually actually on YouTube.
I still found a way to put them in there. No matter the size or the scope of the task, I don't need a magic carpet to ride. I'm a champion hero, there's nothing to fear. Oh, my true power comes from inside. And that brings us all the way to the top. I've said every name I can say. I let my body confess the names that I can't express. Yes, it's time for the dream ballet. Come on!
I love this man more than Martin Express. Me too, Pebble. Me too. PDG is just an absolute treasure.
But there's one Pokemon, my own holy grail, that I gave Kevin Punt. I hope that bastard's in jail. 'Cause of all Tanglers, Terry is the apex. And I gave him up for my debts. When you love Terry terribly, and then Terry is gone, what's the point of having every other Pokemon? There's a wound in my heart that I can't get rid of. How can I find joy without my tangly boy? Why catch them all if you can't keep the ones that you love? Terry!
Oh, Terry! Map, you're woken up, but am I still
Welcome
dreaming?
to Unraveled Season 2.
Oh,
You can tell it's a new
mouse
season because I've grown a mustache and cut my hair. Oh, I'm obviously just kidding. These are
my
both
button
fake.
still
I
works.
know how much it would disappoint my friends if I changed my appearance. I'm just kidding again. I'm not your friend, and you have no say over what I do with my body. And speaking of harsh realities, the world of Dark Souls is frightening and murky. How can you truly understand Dark Souls lore without living Dark Souls, grinding away tirelessly in inhospitable environments under uncharitable overlords? To truly understand Dark Souls lore, you must first understand the desolation of working at a job. Have you ever thought about the term boss in a video game before? Those terrible enemies have the same title as the people you'll be working for the rest of your life. What a silly coincidence! Dark Souls is known for wildly difficult bosses that prove themselves on the battlefield. But can they prove themselves in a more difficult setting? The Lordran Hills Business Park and Commerce Center. It's across from the mall. Today, I'm ranking every Dark Souls boss based on how good they'd be as a manager. I'm not dancing this season. Welcome to the Dark Souls Corp onboarding seminar. Now, I'm only going to be speaking about the Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 bosses, no other Soulsborne games. I was originally thinking about putting in the Demon Souls, but they actually got integrated into the Dark Corporation in a very messy merger. All of the managers got sacked, so we're not talking about them. That leaves us with 96 Dark Souls bosses and mini-bosses. And it leads us to the difficult part of our journey. How do we objectively answer the subjective question, what makes a good boss? So I started researching the X qualities of a good boss on places like LinkedIn and Forbes, and then I fell down the rabbit hole of the hundreds of corporate blogs. And at the end of this journey, I realized it didn't matter at all. What does matter is making a catchy, PowerPointable mnemonic device. So here are the 5 C's
I got a new one.
that make a good
Void,
boss.
I am literate
Number
and
1,
can be trusted
clear
with the
vision.
keyboard.
Can this boss communicate their goals? Give clear
Oh
steps
yeah, he
on
has
how
to
to
do.
achieve
He has to
those
include
goals. Does
Elden
this
Ring
boss
bosses.
clearly hold their big old arm way up in the air before
Pitted
slamming it
Greenlink
down
says,
on
hey
you? Number
Brian.
2,
Is the Digger North from
consistent feedback.
Samus Returns a
It's important for
Dark
a boss
Souls
to let you know
boss?
that you've made a
Kappa.
mistake, like challenging Seath the Scaleless before putting on your Ring of Sacrifice, you absolute fool, you child. Number 3, cherishes employees. A good boss values employee perspectives and rewards good performance, like when a boss decides to die when you hit it in a good way. Number 4, compassionate leadership. Honest, trusting, worthy of respect from their employees. The kind of boss you could chat with at the Estes cooler. And the 5th and final C can really just go to town on a motherfucker. Slices, dices, big old crunchers. Someone who is willing to do what needs to be done when the going gets tough. Or someone who reveals an abyssal dragon that they've been keeping under their armor this whole time. This is our main criteria for what makes a good boss, but for
Save
96
it.
bosses, it's gonna
Don't
be
need
hard
this
to
one open
differentiate their
anymore.
management style with just these 5 C's. Which is why I'm introducing the HR index. If they're over here, they get a lot of HR compliments. If they're down here, they get a lot of HR complaints. Let's be honest. Some really well-loved bosses are very bad leaders, and some really good leaders are skeezy as hell. So let's rank some Dark Souls bosses! Here's our scale. We're gonna start out with the neutrals. They're the standard boss, so I'm just gonna skim through them. Guardian Dragon, the Pursuer, Old Demon King of Song. If you're watching this video and you see yourself exhibiting these lackluster tendencies, I want you to ask yourself, what can I do to be better than the Royal Rat Authority, who vomits acid all over the floor multiple times a day and is still considered a pretty okay boss? Aim higher. Let's talk about the pushovers. Now, these are like my favorite substitute teacher in high school, Mr. S, who would go off on class-long tangents about his youth traveling the world instead of teaching us about Lord of the
now
Flies.
let's
I loved
see.
Mr. S.
I wanted
Objectively
this
a terrible
to look
teacher,
more
though.
like a
Champions
gateway.
Gravetender and Gravetender Greatwolf. This guy's so fun. He brought his dog into work. I love dogs. Literally nothing's gonna get done today. Vort of the Boreal Valley. He runs
Vort.
around on all fours. He's really disrupting the walking space. It's very ineffective. Iron Golem. He's sweet, sort of bumbling, and you've asked him to approve your expense reports like 5 times already. Ava, Lud, and Zalin, the king's pets. Literally baked into the title, they're teacher's pets. They suck up to the king. Seath the Scaleless is a real sweetheart, but he is very risk-averse, and if you destroy his crystal, he becomes mortal and takes it, like, really personally. The Fume Knight. He's got 2 sides, 2 swords. Look, he's still got his old sword back when he had your job, but eventually he is gonna get rid of that
Wanna
sword.
make a
He's gonna be a real
new
asshole about
layer.
it. The Lost Sinner. She, and I quote, eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past. It's important to have a boss that recognizes their flaws, but it's bad if your boss locks herself in the conference room and flogs herself eternally. I booked the conference room for 3. I need to get in there. Crossbreed Priscilla goes invisible at the first sign of conflict. That's not showing up for the company. Lorien and Lothric, the princes. One of them hangs around the neck of the other one, who's actually doing all the work, which is the worst form of micromanaging. The 4 kings. You don't fight all 4 at once, you fight 1 and then the rest come in slowly, which is kind of like every group project you had in high school. The Karthus Sandworm. If you ignore them, they'll ignore you. And some people like that managing style. But also, if you stand on the sideline for long enough, someone else will shoot big arrows into them and then they'll die. And that's a bad boss. The Dragon Slayer armor is actually just a puppet for these big, wiry dragon butterfly things. So they're well loved by the higher ups, but only because they don't have any ideas on their own. The Ancient Wyvern is the epitome of pushover,
That might
because you
not
can just
be-
run
well,
through his
that
stage
might
and then
leave me
kill him
enough
with
room
one
for
attack at
chat
the very end.
here in the
This
middle.
is
I make, like,
perfect
I
for
make these
the employee
doors.
that likes to, you know, fuck around on Reddit all day and then send one email at 5 and then peace out. I don't know what that's like. I've never done that. And finally, This is sort of a technical pushover. It's the Ruin Sentinels. They're kind of like a board of directors in that they all look the same and do the same thing, which is to say not a lot, but you gotta suck up to them if you want to get anywhere in the company. Now we're gonna flip to the opposite side of the scale. We're gonna talk about the Sketchies. These have a powerful understanding of corporate leadership, but everyone hates them. The Boreal Outrider Knight is a mini-boss, but like you can tell he really wants to be a boss. Nashandra tricks you into opening the Throne of Want, even though she just wants it for herself, but manipulation gets you pretty far in business. The Burnt Ivory King only comes to fight you after you kill literally all of his knights. He gets it done, sure, but only when he needs to. Dragon Rider. This dude doesn't have a dragon. His job title is obviously false. It's like if I got promoted to guy who had an okay time in high school. Bed of Chaos. Actually a very effective leader, but every time you have to have a meeting with the Bed of Chaos, someone in HR gets an email. Centipede Demon. He nasty. Manus, the father of the abyss.
Manus.
Always screaming at me. Bad anger management. High Lord Volnir has a lot of gold jewelry, very ostentatious. All of his plans sound more like schemes, but he does know the basis for Maroon 5, and they've been looking for someone with like really good hand dexterity, and he's noticed that you've got something good. So if you want... Mitha the Baneful Queen doesn't really have an understanding of personal boundaries. She's kind of like that coworker who instead of sending an email just peeks their head over the cubicle wall, except in this case that head is severed from the body and will explode. Pinwheel can summon an unlimited amount of clones. Most bosses wish they could be everywhere at once. This one can.
Does not look
Slave Knight Gale came into
But
the
it-
company
it-
with
oh,
you,
it
was a
doesn't look
really good
straight because
friend,
of the
and then he got
pillar.
promoted over you, and he's been a real jerk since. Aldia, Scholar of the First Sin, is constantly testing you because he sees great things in you, but dude, not everything has to be a test. This is a GameStop. Aldrich, Devourer of Gods, has a bunch of skeletons strewn about his clothes, and those are the people he ate on his way to the top, which is incredibly cutthroat, but at least he's honest about it. Pontiff Sullivan has two swords, a profane flame and a sword of judgment, and he hits you with both of them. He's the type of guy who sends you an NSFW link at work and then reports you for clicking on it. Dragon Slayer Ornstein and Executioner
jerk.
Smough get shit done. They are a power couple that isn't sanctioned by HR. They didn't fill out the paperwork. It makes everyone very uncomfortable. There was a lot of PDA, and it is weird. Now let's move on to the good category. With the old dragons, this is just Ornstein again. This dude just put on a different suit and tried to get rehired in the Ogden branch. That's not gonna fly. Y'all ready for the stinkers? You thought we had
That's
some
what
pretty
happened to
bad
me in the
bosses up to this
randomizer.
point, but we haven't even hit the depths of bad bossery. We're about to hit the blight town of HR. Vendrick. Dude, you gotta wear more than a loincloth to work. Chaos Witch Quelaag and Scorpioness Najka are nude from the waist up, and nude from the waist
Hello?
down. Y'all, we have leftover shirts from the softball game. Can you just go into the bathroom and put one of those on, please? Old Iron King is constantly working from home, and he signs all of his emails, "Sent from my hot tub." Get out of the hot tub! Ceaseless Discharge, the name alone tells me you should have taken a sick day. Osiris, the Consumed King, is always going on about his son Ocelot, showing you pictures of him and his rowing team. You know that this psych major is gonna replace you as soon as he graduates Yale. Asylum Demon, Stray Demon, and the Demon Fire Sage all have a move called Butt Slam. Looking Glass Knight reflects
The
everyone's
camera
flaws
moving
back
up
on
and
them,
down.
doesn't look inward enough. Curse Rotted Greatwood, another dress code violation. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, is kept around because he was the founder and made a lot of money on Wall Street in the 80s, but he's hollow inside. The Covetous Demon is always taking credit for the work that you're doing, and he steals your lunch from the fridge every day, even though I label it Dave. Abyss Watchers. Infighting is a very dangerous thing for a group of managers. The Crystal Sage does a little bit of work and then vanishes, and then does a little bit more work and then vanishes, and then you see them on their Instagram story at some beer garden. Sister Frida is actually a very good boss and should be up here, but unfortunately, she's the assistant to Father Ariandel, who is so incompetent he can't untie a chair from his ass. And finally, the worst boss, the Gaping Dragon. Under no circumstances should you be in a work setting and described as gaping. All that's
What do you
left
mean?
is the top right of this scale, the good bosses. But before we get there, there are a few bosses that don't really fit into the standard boss-employee structure, or they're basically corporations in their own right, so we'll talk about them as alternatives. The Bell and the Bell-free gargoyles only come in when someone else is hurting, so they're kind of like consultants. Half-Light Spear of the Church could actually be a real-life human player, and pitting employees against each other is a big no-no. The Royal Rat Vanguard is one boss rat that's surrounded by a horde of indistinguishable other rats, so it's just an episode of Undercover Boss. Afflicted Grave Robber, Ancient Soldier Varg, and Sarah the Old Explorer are a trio that, like, they're just high school friends that decided to get together and open a burger joint, and they're kind of incompetent, but you love them anyway. The Prowling Magus and Congregation is a startup because it's one charismatic weirdo who takes credit for all of the hardworking people around them. We've got some unions. A good union would be the Skeleton Lords. It's 3 lords and a bunch of minions who are recognized and working together toward the same goal. That's a good thing. A worse union is the Deacons of the Deep, where the management only comes in after 5 of their employees are killed. Finally, we have the Executioner's Chariot, whose employees are trying to unionize, but they keep getting trampled. And that leaves us
the Chariot
with the good ones. There are only 13 of
to
them.
the hero's
Flexile
grave.
Sentry, great multitasker. The Taurus Demon gives you the tools you need to succeed and encourages you to climb that ladder, so that way you can jump down and hit him on the head. Gravelord Nito has a lot of skeleton friends, a very good delegator. The Duke's dear Freya. Yeah, she's a big spider, but she's the Duke's dear Freya. The Duke loves her. When has the Duke led you astray before? Come on, man. The Duke loves her. Give her a chance.
Do it for the Duke.
Do it for the Duke. Sin,
Do it for
the
the
Slumbering
Duke.
Dragon, and the Last Giant are slow, deliberate, and they keep on going, even though they got a big fucking spear through them. Ilana, the Squalid Queen, summons friends when things get a bit too much for her. That's good delegation and understanding your limits. The Ancient Dragon doesn't actually fight you until you fight them. You can just have a chat with this boss, and honestly, that's good enough sometimes. Great Grey Wolf Sif is a big wolf with a sword. Fuck yeah! The Nameless King and the King of the Storm. Now, when the King of the Storm takes enough damage, the Nameless King will put them out of their misery. And it's very sad, but it's also what needed to happen. That's good management. I fully expect my boss, Terra Long, to put me out of my misery when I stop being useful. The Soul of Cinder. If you kill him, you might become him, and that's a very clear path to promotion. It's not a great path to promotion, but it is a clear one. The Throne Watcher and Defender are another power couple, but they filled out the HR paperwork. And they work great together. They're super professional about it. They constantly revive the other one when they die, and that's a good boss. Also relationship goals. And finally, the best business boss in Dark Souls is the Rotten, because this company is employee owned. Every movement is made by the collective. Everyone gets a say. Now you might think you are small and insignificant and also dead, but when you smash together everyone's stinky, rotting corpse, you can move mountains together. The best boss is you. And all of your dead friends. And in the Dark Souls Corporation, that means you need a job description. So go ahead and use
Zombie
this handy
boss.
chart to figure out your Dark Souls boss title. And that concludes our onboarding seminar. Make sure to print
Now,
out
how do
your
I make these
completion
look like
certificate
doors?
at the end of this video so you can send it to your manager. Happy managing, and praise the sun.
I don't know. Do you think it would look? Do you think it would look better at the way
Under
I have
no
it
circumstances should you be in
now? Or
a
if I
work
like make
setting
these
and
doors
described
and then
as
put like
gaping.
put something in here
I guess my fucking...
and then
And
chat
that
on top
concludes
of it.
our onboarding seminar. Make sure to celebrate the
The fire looks terrible. The fire looks so bad. I'm not happy with the fire.
Good fighting games revolve around the deadly blows you can administer to your opponents, but there is one game that is more gruesome, more abominable than any other. I am, of course, talking about Mortal Kombat! There's Red Bull in this mug. Seeing these combatants rip spines
You
from
could just
torsos, pop
take off the
eyeballs from
fighter,
heads,
I guess.
and pull organs from pretty much everywhere leaves me excited,
Like adding
energetic,
the
and
glow
can
makes
I be
it
honest with you, a
better,
little bit
but I'm
distraught,
not really
okay?
happy.
These fighters are brought into the tournament to kill, but outside of this, they must live normal lives. I can only imagine that these bodies, so perfectly molded for murder, could use those powerful muscles for a different purpose. Cuddling me when I'm worried about all that murder they're doing. And that leads us to a very important question. Which of these mortal combatants is best at mortal comfort? Mortal comfort!
I wonder if I could
I'm ready to go. Let's get into
find-
our cuddler assessment. But first,
I have a
What
website with
makes
a bunch
good
of
cuddler?
free-to-use
Scientists
like
have spent
video
decades
effects. I wonder if I
researching
could find
the
like like
defined as
fire
a
on it.
comforting technique wherein two
And
or
then
more
add that
bodies are
here as
placed
like
in
a
close
GIF
proximity. Rigorous tests
or
were
something.
performed to investigate what makes a good cuddle. Test subjects were given a sleepy time tea and a controlled outfit known for maximum cuddling efficiency. A pair of oversized basketball shorts and a t-shirt that you got from a mandatory team building event. A variety of cuddle criteria was examined. Wingspan, scent, temperature, and moisture level. But researchers concluded that the two most important criteria were emotional availability and physical risk. By focusing on these two axes, cuddle professionals are able to
See if we
hone their
can find
craft, moving closer and closer to the bullseye.
a
This
fire
shows a willingness
effect.
to be emotionally available without becoming dependent, and the ability to experiment within the cuddle space without entering dangerous territory. This is the cuddler's zenith, and it's what cuddle scientists strive to achieve.
this is the final criteria we will be using to rate our combatants. But before we get into that, we have a few special eliminations. We're cutting out all the DLC movie monsters because they're not original Mortal Kombat characters. Also, we are only going to be talking about playable characters because we all know that a good cuddler must be an active participant. We're also going to be cutting the basics. Now, these characters are boring or they just don't pass my personal test. I just didn't want to include them, all right? Look, I don't have to explain everything to you. I'm going through my rebellious phase. Can I say that? Darius, boring, Havoc, Suhao, Hotaru.
No, but this has a
no,
watermark on
Taru.
it.
Jade, Jarek, Dairu, did some jail time, was a mercenary, lost his family. This is the Mortal Kombat equivalent of saying, oh, I like traveling and my favorite show's The Office. Kai, Chameleon, can't remember
No, I like
anything
the
that they
filter
do
on this
in any of
search,
the
no
games. Lee Mei
watermark.
seems nice, whatever. Shujinko had Mortal Kombat Deception named after him getting hoodwinked into reviving a banished god, so he's a dumbass. Reiko, another boring muscle dude. Kintaro, get out of here, shitty Goro. Mavado owns a trench coat. Dagon was put into incubation and guarded by 2 dragons, which is a long way of saying he just took a nap, he's not tired, he doesn't want to cuddle right now. Sonya was one of the first women in Mortal Kombat, which means she unfortunately has a whole personality that is just woman. Also, she's a Sandy Hook truther. Tanya's got nice bangs. Not enough. Mocap. Serena, I couldn't even think of a joke. Taven is the son of a god, but he looks like he could be the bassist in a Creed cover band. Now that we've chased away the riffraff, it's time to get into the fun cuddlers. Now on this diagram, we obviously want to aim for the bullseye, but there are 4 outlier classes that exemplify the 4 extremes of the emotional availability to risk relationship. They might be your tastes, but they're not
Oh,
the
this one might
Let us
work.
start
Can
with the body
I-
pillows.
I
Low
can
emotional
download it.
availability and low risk. They are about as safe as they are uninteresting. Starting with Chameleon, a transparent ninja who's obsessed with going unnoticed. If you can't tell he's there, that's a bad cuddle. Cyrax is a ninja who is unwillingly turned into a robot, which means that he will cuddle the way you ask him to cuddle, but he won't take the initiative to run his fingers through your hair on his own. Garrus is a stoic henchman. This is his idle pose. When he cuddles you, it's just that but sideways. Katana is 10,000 years old, which means that she'll spend the entire cuddling session just telling you about cool Facebook posts she saw. Quan Chi is just a clammy little wizard. A Caillou-looking motherfucker. Shinnok is just Quan Chi in a Disney World Maleficent hat. And finally, Chronica. Now technically she's not a playable character just yet, but I figured I'd include her because she's a total control freak trying to create the perfect timeline. Now this means you will eventually have a good cuddle with her. It's just gonna take like 10,000 iterations to get there. Next up, the Michael Sarahs. These cuddlers come with high emotional availability and little to no
Michael
risk.
Sarah.
They're your high school boyfriends. They are constantly asking if you're comfy, ready to tell you they love you on the second date, and always sending you pictures of flowers that they say are nearly as beautiful as you. Ashra is a Netherrealm demon, which doesn't mean that she's evil. In fact, she's dedicated to purifying her soul. While it's nice that she looks like a pile of fresh linen, she's not going to challenge you at all. Aaron Black is a tough-talking cowboy who will dote on you way too much. Yes, I know my hair smells great. I'm trying to sleep. Johnny Cage has big divorced dad energy. He will take selfies of your cuddling sessions, and he will post them with the hashtag second chances. Collector, this six-arm weirdo is going to steal trinkets and treasures just to win your favor. Look, man, I've got enough Funko Pops. Kung Lao is a descendant of a person called the Great Kung Lao, and it's very hard to cuddle with someone when there's an inferiority complex between you. Rain is a needy little exiled prince. He's gonna spend the whole cuddle session talking about how soft his royal mattress was. Sorry, Rain, not all of us can go into IKEA and ask for the Espavar. Some of us gotta settle for the Hauswagen. Shang Tsung's favorite catchphrase is "your soul is mine," so he's a big-time codependent. Sindel sacrificed herself to seal away Earthrealm and protect it from invasion, which is a really nice gesture, but like,
can I put
have some self-respect. She's probably the kind of person
No, I probably
who, if
can't
you said she was too warm, would be like,
video
I'll
into
go sleep on the floor.
VLC. I'd
Smoke
have to
has
make
spent
it a
most
GIF.
of his Mortal Kombat career being manipulated into people's henchmen, which means he's a big pushover. Also, he's just a living
not
cloud,
into
so he's
VLC,
probably
into
only as dangerous
CSP.
as whatever non-FDA juice you put in your vape rig. And perhaps the epitome of high school boyfriend, it's Liu Kang. A major himbo with a nice jock energy. This dude is as soft as his beautiful downy hair. Next up, it's the cuddlers with low emotional availability and high risk. These cuddle warriors will expose you to sensations you could have never imagined, but they are entirely in it for themselves. Baraka is up here because he's got spikes on him and a lot of teeth, but more frightening is his undying devotion to his master. Imagine cuddling with someone who doesn't shut up about how much they love their boss. Noob Saibot was the original Sub-Zero turned creepy shadow man. He's an absolute bastard, and there's no way I want to cuddle with my sleep paralysis monster. Devora is an insect lady who is only loyal to the hive. And if you're cuddling with her and you've got holes somewhere on your body, she will put bugs in them. Draman is a cruel, cudgel-handed man who was turned into a demon after being tortured in hell for a very long time, which is probably why he never wants to be the big spoon. Ermac is a collection of dead warrior souls, so he's the rare case where two is a crowd. Farah and Tor are a true codependent relationship. They say they're looking for a third, but don't trust them. Frost is a robotic ice ninja, and though her rotating torso
There
offers
was
some interesting
a
possibilities,
function on this website where I could remove a
you knew I was gonna make that
background.
joke, right? Kira, steer clear of this knife pervert. Kano, literally what did I just say about knives? Also, can I be real with you? He pees too much. Cobra's a sociopathic MMA bro who will absolutely put you in a rear naked choke if you give up your back. Melina will eat you. And eating in bed is a very bad habit. Moloch insists on bringing a big metal ball wherever he goes. And also, he takes pleasure in the pain and suffering of others, which means that when your arm falls asleep, he's not gonna move. He's gonna think it's funny. Shao Kahn is sadistic, incredibly powerful, and just covered head to toe in baby oil. Motaro is another warlord jerk, but he's mostly disqualified because the bottom half of him is a horse, and horses are terrifying. Nitara is a vampire and only cuddles upside down hanging from a ceiling. And then there's the guano. Onaga, too big, too mean, too many hooves. Raiden is a
Maybe it's
boring
an
old fuck
optimized?
with lightning arcing off his body and a galaxy brain take on everything. Reptile is responsible for the genocide of several other species, and he also doesn't moisturize. And one of those has gotta be a deal breaker. Tremor is a criminal dirt ninja who will fill your bed with pebbles. If Scarlet spent as much time in therapy as she does finding new ways to turn blood into knives, she wouldn't be in this category. Striker, ACAB back. All cops are bad at cuddling. Triborg is every malicious Mortal Kombat ninja crammed into one dumb-looking gaming PC. Triborg. More like try hard. The Red Bull's wearing off. Finally, Meat. He is an unimaginable pain, and he
Meat.
will dampen your sheets. Do not attempt to cuddle this skinless meat man. And our final outliers, the scissor hands. These cuddlers are desperate for love and affection that they cannot receive thanks to their hazardous bods. We don't know much about Blaze. I choose to believe that he's pretty nice, but he is also completely on fire. Cetrion is very crunchy, a total empath, but she does insist on cuddling with her full crystal collection. Goro is technically a bad guy, but I get the feeling that he just does whatever anyone tells him to do, and I choose to believe he's very kind and doesn't know his own strength, and all the people he's murdered up to this point has just been an accident. Cabal has changed sides more than anyone else in the Mortal Kombat universe, which means he might be too emotionally available. Also, he insists on sleeping with the mask on, because he read one time that everyone eats 100 spiders every year. He's very gullible. Sub-Zero. You know that thing where someone thinks it's funny to put their cold hands on you? Sector willingly became a literal killing machine. So it's like if you were trying to cuddle a gun that constantly needs validation. Jax is a perfect scissor hands. He's kind, loving, eager to please. But imagine if I replaced your favorite teddy bear's arms with aluminum baseball. And finally, Bo Raicho. Warning. He is a fart man. Now that our outliers are scouted and eliminated, we're just left with the ideal candidates. Cassie Cage belongs to a subcategory I like to call the emotionally intelligent millennials.
Warning,
They're the
he is a
crop
fart
of
man.
Mortal Kombat heroes that are less edgy and violent, but they also have fewer interesting abilities that really shake up the cuddling game. Takeda Takahashi, Jackie, and Kung Jin all belong in this category. These 4 candidates would be great cuddlers in any world that isn't the topsy-turvy world of Mortal Kombat. A world
Let's
that has
see.
more to offer. Take Kenshi, a loving father and a calming presence.
I
Imagine
can
you're cuddled up with him, but you need a
import-
drink, and your water bottle's on the other side of the room. Do you
I
get
can't-
up,
I
ruin
can't
the cuddle?
import a
No way.
GIF, right?
Telekinesis, baby. There's also Nightwolf, who is chill,
It's not gonna work
disciplined,
the way I want it to.
and can turn into a dog. He also can completely purify a being of their sins.
Doesn't
over
even
time.
show up
so
in my
why spend
downloads?
hours of time in therapy confronting your flaws when you could just touch this dog man? Kotal Khan looks like a lot of the other big muscle jerks, but he doesn't come with any of the hang-ups. He's the Emperor of Outworld, and he's dedicated to ending their imperialist conquests. Talk about a woke bae.
It's just a horrible phrase. I'm sorry for writing it.
Scorpion takes the initiative.
Hey, like, are
had
you
a rough
there?
day at work? Get over here! Shiva, got 4 strong arms to hold you, 1 strong heart to love you. That's the name of my new album. But when it comes down to it, the best mortal cuddler has to be Fujin, a wise old god who can control the wind. Imagine a cuddle session with perfect ventilation. Moisture management is
What I
the
could
hardest
do
part
is
of
just
cuddling.
cut
And
out
this dude can
the
wick
fire
away
I have on
every drop of
here,
sweat. The other side
and
of
then
the pillow
put the
wishes
fire
it was
GIF
as cold.
into
The wind
OBS
that can rip a man's skin
and
away
put them in
could
position.
also be used to ventilate. The flame that scorches flesh can
And then
warm
just apply a
soul.
filter to them to try and get
The
them to
hand
match
that rips
this.
out a heart could also cradle that heart with love. So for you and the mortal combatants, I ask, next time you want to test your might,
So I
how
can't
about
even
you rest your
open the.
Dun, 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 How can I be more dangerous? What is danger? How about just me turning around?
And you've got scissors.
Yeah.
What have you got?
E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo. What began as a humble
I will save
video
this
game industry trade
as
show has
the Clip
blossomed
Studio
into something
format, and then
more
I'll export
spectacular,
it
more
as a
flamboyant,
PNG.
more of whatever this is. E3 is a chance to show off new games and the theatrical chops of your executives, because that's what E3 really is now. It's theater. It's like Cats the Musical, but with
And I'll
more guns
remove
and a
the
better
fire on the
plotline.
image
But this
itself.
E3 is different. A lot of companies are ditching the press conference altogether, and those companies are cowards. Sony isn't even showing up to E3 this year, and it's not because they lack things to say. It's because they have forgotten how to say it. The industry has lost its way, and that's why I'll be giving them the 10 keys to creating a perfect E3 presentation, and then I'll be giving you the perfect E3 presentation. It's theater, baby. The first step is throwing away everything you know about public speaking, because E3 presentations are a beast of their own. You have to watch them to learn from them. You might ask, Brian, wouldn't learning from old E3s keep you in the rut of old thinking, making the same mistakes that past business geniuses have made? No. And that brings us to the board. I have watched hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of E3 presentations, and I have analyzed what makes them compelling. I've distilled the essence of E3 down into 10 simple keys. If you include these 10 keys, you will create the perfect E3 presentation. And if you, like most people, aren't putting on an E3 press conference, then you could potentially use these 10 keys for like a drinking game or something. I'm not saying you should do that, I'm saying it's possible. You could do that if you wanted to. It's not, I did that, okay? You can use these for the drinking game. The first key, a weirdly high budget opener. It is essential to start the presentation with high energy, and it's essential to do it in such a way as to make the audience say, yeah, wow, they really paid for that, huh? Sony used to be great at this, starting 2016 E3 with an entire orchestra playing the God of War theme, and then last year they started E3 with an entire banjo player. Weird thing to spend money on. But both of these intros still get bonus points because they started with a live musical number. The second key is for the presenter. They have the unenviable task of connecting with a notoriously difficult audience.
4.5 hours
How
went by
can they
pretty
reach
quick.
The fickle gamer while still maintaining business
this
poise?
done. I'll save this.
Business gamer fashion. Business gamer fashion is an outfit that is professional and yet still conveys the idea that this person could be
So
seen
we
sitting
worked
on a
on our
couch for
chat
14
box,
hours
which
at a time.
looks a
It
lot
says,
better than it did
I'm
before.
one of you, but I'm also way
I think
richer
it looks a
than you.
ton
But the
better than it
bonus
did
points
before.
go to the one true business gamer fashion.
And we also
ill-fitting blazer,
finished
diesel jeans, gamer t-shirt. The third key is set dressing. This has to be theatrical,
the
which is to
talking
say
PNG
inappropriate
where I'm
for a
hugging
trade show.
chat.
Take a look
Just
at
a-
Sony's
just a
weird
little
barn
hug.
church. It was like an immersive
wait,
theatrical
I closed it.
experience, but with the 10-minute scene transitions of a high school production of Les Mis. But the bonus points go to live human set pieces, like, I don't know, hanging bodies from the ceiling that flail around when a character
happening?
moves through them on the screen. There's that classic Sony magic. I want to remind people that E3 is a trade show, and this is kind of like if Disney held a press conference about the Avengers and then disintegrated a man live on stage. Now we're moving into the meat and potatoes of the presentation with key number 4. Numbers. Video games are just programs, and programs are just numbers, and for some reason, gamers love it when numbers are big. A few good numbers to say are polygon count, amount of
So yeah, we
enemies on
finished the
screen,
chat box,
RAM,
and we finished
maybe,
my-
I don't know,
my
who gives a
talking
shit?
PNG.
Honestly, bonus points go to saying a
it turned
number
out pretty
that's
okay.
completely devoid of context, because numbers mean innovation.
I mean,
Key
all I
number
did
5.
was open the
More
mouths,
specifically, less specifically, I need this to be the
You're not
vaguest
bad.
discussion ever. I need you to make claims about how you're doing something that's never been done before, and then not tell us what you're doing. Here's a
All
list
right,
of
let's check
innovative
out
words and
Twitch and
phrases.
see
It's the
who's live
presenter's
for us to
job
go
to say
rate
each
today.
and every one of these, but the bonus points go to the purest form of expressing innovation. Looking up at the screen behind you, looking back at the audience and saying, wow. Key number 6 is the game trailer
got
montage.
Icky
You
Gicky
probably never
playing
heard of these games
Korea. I'm
before.
not
You
sure
might
what
never
that
hear of them
is.
again. But the bonus points go to the game trailer
Rena
montage
Oni is
at the
playing
end of the
Risk of Rain
presentation, which is
2.
just showing you everything you've seen so far, set to an Arcade Fire
You know what?
sound
We're
alike.
gonna read
These 6
Rena.
keys
I wanna
are
read
the
Rena.
foundation of a solid E3 presentation. You hit these 6, you're
Let's
in
see
the
where
clear.
she's at.
But you haven't achieved perfection yet. But before we get into the final
Alright, looks
four,
like
let's
they're
talk
still
about the
going pretty
notable
strong.
absences. These are the anti-keys,
We've
things
got
you'll never
Johnny
see in an
on
E3 presentation.
VTuber
I got a
Tom.
list of them here. Oh, what's this? It's just a single entry that says a legitimate discussion about how
Purple
to address the
Killer's
crunch
playing
crisis
Raft.
that's prevalent in nearly every game studio.
I haven't-
Well, I guess we don't need
I
these
never get a
anymore.
reread. He's on the British time. Jal, Tristan, Steve.
And now it's time for the final
Yeah,
four keys.
let's go read
These
Rena.
are the
Let's read
truly
Rena on
special
My
moments. They're
Beloved
hard to
Rena.
build in, but they turn a good presentation into a transcendent one. Key number 7, a WHY game. This is an acronym that stands for What Hell Yeah What, and it's used for a game that makes you go, what?
All right,
Hell
everybody,
yeah.
thank you so
What?
much for
Often
coming to
these
the
are for
stream
games that are
today.
totally
Thank you for the
independent, but
follows
best
and the
ones are
bits
for
and
weird
chatting and
entries
lurking.
into
I
beloved
appreciate you all
franchise,
very much.
like the Final Fantasy 15 VR
I
fishing
might
game. Even
play
now, when
Elden
someone
Ring
tells me there's a
tomorrow,
Final Fantasy 15
if I'm not
VR fishing
over on
game, I
Barry's
go, what
stream
hell
playing
yeah,
it with
what?
him.
But the bonus points.
If
You know
I'm
what?
not
Actually,
live
no, you
tomorrow,
only
I'll
get
be
bonus
live
points if you
again
make
next.
a VR fishing
No,
game
actually,
for a
next
beloved
Wednesday.
franchise. I want to
I'm
watch
going
the
out of
Doom Slayer
town.
catch a bass,
So I might be
but
live
sometimes the
late
presenter
night
has a
next
WHY
Wednesday.
moment.
I'll have to
and
see.
that's why Key 8 is heartfelt emotion.
Tomorrow, if I
Genuine
do stream,
excitement
it'll be
a
about
game,
1
joy,
o'clock.
sadness.
Maybe
This has to happen
1:30
Honestly,
p.m.
if I'm
PST.
having a rough
I
day,
might
I will
be
go
doing
back
Elden
and watch
Ring,
the
or I might
video
be with
of
Barry.
Ubisoft developer Davide
But if
Soliani
I'm not live
crying
tomorrow,
when Shigeru Miyamoto
I might
compliments
be
him on
live
stage, because
late
that is
night
the
next
realest and most
Wednesday.
joyful moment.
I'll have to
Honestly,
see.
who wouldn't burst out
but I'll
crying
definitely
if
be live
Shigeru
next
Miyamoto,
Thursday.
the architect of many of our childhoods,
At about
complimented
7
them.
p.m.
You know,
PST.
that tiny
But
thing,
our
that-
raid
that
today is
reminder
going to
that these
be
people behind the games are human beings and can be emotionally moved by the same
see if I can put a
experience
raid
that they get to
message
share
together
with you.
before
What could be better than that?
I run out of time.
If they farted. That's why key number 9 is gaffs. Gaffs are integral to E3, so much so
All right,
that they're
copy
split
that
into 3
message
different
quick.
categories. The first
Quick,
is
quick, quick,
technical,
copy the raid
gameplay
message.
going all right,
And
cameras
if you
cutting
don't have
back
the
too early,
emote, just
mics
play
not getting
just
shut
paste
off.
it's
The
a
second
raid in it.
category
And
is
I'll see you
human.
next time.
Awkward pauses, stiff actors, weird phrasing. These